Mustafa. Where did you go?
na fenko.
We are
Na
live.
fenko la change.
Okay.
Na fenko la change. Na I changed from my phone to my laptop. So
Okay.
maybe it's much.
We are
Maybe it's
live
much
already,
better this way.
Mustafa. Yes, we are live now.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Hey, Alima. Hey, Alima, how are you? Princess Tima. Mustafa, how come you are not wearing one of Tima's kaftans? How come? That's not cool. You should be wearing. How come? Tukulorle.
Mpele. But yeah, remember puntel nga dum through my iPad so that nga telephone to ngata MB kurubali sabana.
Okay.
Let me get out and get on with my iPad.
Okay. We are also live on YouTube. For those of you who are watching, we are also live on YouTube. Tima, you have to donate a half time. That is your contribution. Hey, Bakari, how are you? Ibrahim, how are you? Ibrahim Jeffrey. Welcome to the live broadcast. Tima, you are not fair. Because Mustafa image used for advertisement.
Yeah. I think we'll go to court for that, but
You and Tima, you have to drive Tima to court, right?
I want to be caring. When you guys see you in court.
Tima, see you in court. Musa Seri from the Berlin, right? Germany. Okay. So the mm, so Mustafa came with what the American Cabral had. Mustafa went so there. Once so where you know what I used to be a demo minken. I used to be a demo minken, but I follow all on it. Girl, I used to be a Mustafa, this one is Lalo Keba drama. Tunkariba. How come I've never had this? Mohammed Lamin Jabi, I am in Senegal. Okay,
You
thank
know,
you. Welcome.
it's strange. I can hear you, but I cannot hear your music.
But it's because I am on earpod. Hold on. My earpod open. I think it's because so so you can't wait time. It's because
Now,
me no
yes,
no
now we
earpod
can
open.
hear.
Okay. Yes. We are on we are on we are on YouTube also. If you can see the numbers, the Wave, the Yonna wallet, and the Zelle, those in America, so you can see all of that on the screen, scrolling also. So yes. Because I come in. Hey Ali
Yes.
say Kenyadi, the color is on. Thank you. The color is on. The color is Benyadi. Yeah, I don't know, Talib. You guys, is it because you try to hide? Allah, you guys try to hide your hair because Mustafa used to have rasta, so that I used to hate that a lot, you know. And abuka kungokong, obe katara nyukur lingjela mo times. So if Tukuror is on, I want us to start now, but yeah. Ni fruda. Jumabe musodire, yala nto tadire. Musodire, let the time to go. It's time to go. So, yeah, I'm so to So, here's this other one that's coming. That's Ma'am Lisa. Okay. Hey, Ma'am Lisa, welcome.
Hey, Fatu. Thank you. Hey, Mustafa.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Yes.
Nice.
Welcome to your yumpan. My yumpan is here. Akong kana ako man di yumpan na so tikulo.
Tukuro fanang ali mo bele denta. Subhanallah.
Yaje
No,
Mustafa nasita sa fanyam barimba bari nasita tanim binet bojan. Yetara Facebook even kungoli la fai fenke wech.
Tukuro ali mo bele denta in dunia be United Nation.
Ha? Hani de a fai muna na muy barimba tiba. Andi baring fa umba ko mandi kama che kaso nga futu
no,
bande kote.
na uncle la musolo. Na uncle la musolo. Somebody say,
And
please
don't you know
provide the
Fatu Ture
paper.
was married? Don't you know Fatu Ture was married in Bojakunda? Ha. Bulma wahalo de mamlita.
Tukulor was my njeke. She's my ex njeke, and then she became my how do you call it?
Yumpai.
Yumpan.
You fine. Mbari naka. Mbari mba.
Barimbalam. Barimbarin kaya bulale.
Tukuro
And
fanang
ntolla futu Guinness Book World Record fango yen to reject le.
Tukuro fanang mo sulite do. No, Tukuro, you are my what? Daughter-in-law.
Huh?
I
You
think
are my.
Juka is the only one left now, right?
Yeah,
You
Juka is coming. Mungia hule musajeng. She's coming.
okay. So maybe we will start. Maybe we will start,
Yes.
and when she comes, she will join us, right?
Inshallah, yes.
Inshallah.
Okay, everybody. So let me see. We're about to start.
I don't know language though. We're going to Jahas Bahas, right? Because we just want to reach everybody. So we're going to use all the languages, right?
Yes.
So, okay. So, welcome, guys. Welcome, everyone that is watching us live on Kirfa to Facebook, YouTube, and also Juka will be live streaming on her TikTok. I wanted to start live streaming on my TikTok, but I'm not able to do that right now because I have multiple phones. I need to make some calls also. But today we are here, as you have seen on our banner. We're putting hands together to support our own. When we say support our own, it's to support independent journalism. We have all witnessed what the Republic have been doing since they have started publishing. This is solely an investigative outfit. And what they do is investigative stories. They're different from Kirfato and other media outlets who can voluntarily ask for sponsorship. We can go to companies and ask for sponsorship. We can go to outfits and ask for partnerships because it's okay and it is legal. But when it comes to investigative stories, sometimes you are constrained. You don't want to seek for sponsorship. For example, imagine today Mustafa has a contract with Jar Oil, for example, or Africell or Gamcell, and then he's investigating a story that has to deal with them. How will he balance that? So that's why for them they choose strictly not to go ask for sponsorship because it puts them in a very compromising situations, because when your interest is touched at a certain place, you cannot properly walk around that. And that has been something that they have to deal with. And of course, we know a lot of us used to also go to UN agencies like USAID and the US Embassy and others to seek for funding. Those ones, there's no string attached to those sponsorships. But we have also seen what is happening in the United States. Most of these fundings have been totally gone. The USAID is not existing anymore. So this has put so many media houses, especially independent outfits like the Republic and others like Malagan, who they do strictly investigative journalism. They cannot sponsor. They cannot do anything. They cannot take any sponsorship like Kirfatu will do or other media houses. Now, what they do is they take money from their own pockets and then do all of this work just to make sure you guys get the stories they're doing. If you look at the story that we were just looking at, that is the Jame assets. It took this outfit 2 years to work on this story. I remember Mustafa started working on this way before the Republic was even established. Imagine if they have had the required resources all this while, what would have they, how long would it have taken them, so sometimes these are some of the challenges. That's why stories will take longer, and then the more it takes longer, the bad it becomes for the society, because this story should have come out like 1 year ago. Maybe if it had come last year, by then we would have solved this problem we're doing today. So that is why it's important. And I've said this, and I think a lot of people have seen this also. In even in America, today, NRP and other radio stations, they're funded by the tax. They are funded by the people themselves. You go to Senegal, the taxpayers' money, the National Assembly approves budget for all state-funded media houses and even other private media houses, because the media houses support, they provide information for the people. So they serve everybody. Today, if something happens to State House and we're covering it, the state doesn't pay us for that, but we cover it. So, but we are not paid for all of these logistics and others. So that is why sometimes, it's important to come together and support what I think today we have only two investigative outfits in this country. That's Malagan and the Republic. So if we allow them to shut down because they don't have the resources, where are we going to get the accountability we are demanding? That is why we're here today. We want to ask for funding from you, the Gambian people, especially Gambians in the diaspora, Gambians who are here. And first, I am here with Mustafa Akedabo, the editor-in-chief of the Republic, Tukulor C, and also Mam Lisa and Juka will be joining us, and some other people also. Mustafa, welcome.
Thank you, Father. I'm happy to be on. Grateful you guys have taken time to do what we couldn't do.
Of course. We you know, this is a
We have no
yeah.
idea how to.
Yeah, because you are not a marketing person. You have no idea how any of these things is done. Yes. Let's also bring in Tukulor. Welcome to the program, Tukulor.
Abaraka Fatu, Ntebe Mandika Kangola Fola,
Yes.
Katun Natuwa Kango Bambang. Nasru.
Ndokongota. Bolonde.
Bari, nlaftar nga kachafa ngukumasi dameng, wala mugo katandi jibir lalla, anin lamoy lalla ko. Mbenga Mustafa Alone, Mustafa ala dokuo, adalita ala dokuo la le nyala mi ya lonko, atafango mantol bulanyena. Itele yalong ite ma baru musolti bitung nite memfa tata fala no hani. Bitung itela nata bira nata la programo to katu watu wata yin kaiti bal funtindi ika interview le. Bitung nata la programo to wolung ika ko yo silang puri kanyindo ibe nyindo ko minata pura do ko asataria. Nte benna fen ko malala le juka fana nata ko be ma ko le so wolen tel be sabu jang. Andung Gambian kol min be la moro la fatu ya fatu ba ko ta ko. Nintara nunko Mustafa ala nying republic the republic nintara nunko nyanta kodo soto la nyame ni asoto no wonya kendu woto nyin kaytol mi ya funtindi akata tales tambira sanje kilin wala jannabe kaytol funtindi lano bitu sa ale mira nintara tol bin tol yekodo di Mustafa la nka ko kodo fele ilafti ibe min be kela pour kaytol sa funti tariyarenke isa funti katu to nyan min ya lon ko ibe nuring nyin kawle bondi ka fo lay ko investigative journalism wala mi ya lon ko mol man hanyele dambe malete kata wala ma katu ntol be ngalo de gambe be nyame nie man sakela dal be le sorom so Mustafa la jing the republic modulalti mi ya lon ko man sate sonna fa mu moyala ko do dundi je woton tel mi ya lon ko banko mun tel letat ntol mi ya lon ko lafta to nyala na banko kan katu dingol la soma lafta wala la woto bi mulungo le timi yalon ko nse si nga kodo kapun nyokan tol gambe dingolu ngadi di republic la madi Mustafa la de katu Mustafa ya tandile ko di republic ada mati jani molle bi je do ko la bari tol buka advertisement ota katu ni advertisement ota tukulor sibulu bari tukulor si yana waye ku ke mimi yalon ka manke wo nyama yalon abafala ko ayenjo le nun son to nya fala la ko so the republic wol buka tano lato ko kodo di je fengo feng ikabondi symbol la bari tol gambia dingolu nin telingan sembo ke republican kato mun telletat to nyas bankola to nyabe law mun tol letat wodo santo gambia dingol tol be wul na do ko ke wala muko mingo min andal tol min be gambia wef bijele ani yona hana le dala si kemeleta ngaji bele wato min na be aja mekelela mingo min dol bijele sa dala si kemeke nse kontane nga bulo to se kato ngani be mu kilingolti mi $1,000 ke bi ani mi £100 ke woni ke mi dollars kilngoki ntol bele kanyant katila ngani yola bat nebe joro ibe nying donation okela so altel min be gambia pango to mi alon control bal to le kelola ntol lafta to nyaay puntal to le altol min be batakan woto mi ngo min be nyingi be kan aldung yona aliya dung wave andu nali alle pankol ka aliana dun tol bela inbox okono isaje saji be nga jelle res katun tol fanan lafta le nga kibiro kera bin sabu ko fature nala followers ol yen neke de andum ker fatun ka jelal ka stas ke bitum altol min ka stas di fatu fenkela fature la bi natal tol lenoma aliyem ma koy bi al stas fanandi katu ker fatu even though fature bi atala stas fola barinte ba fola le ker fatu fana mudlal to mi yalon ko bawe ka to nyafundi ne masakunda la ko to masakunda e ko di tol fana dale sela so alnimbara nse kanya jam folo fonyato
Barka bake tukulori ko ila iya piso yalong tukulori bota jana dawa nani tolu iya piso bondi because ila sauno so nga mojo jang Femi Mahoney ako because of me he's going to donate for me so can you tell me and inbox me right away and let me know how much you're donating. This is it. I want people to play because I have to
that is for me that message is for me.
No, it's for me,
The
Mustafa.
reason
Don't
why
stop
he
it.
said no. The reason why he said because of you is because of me. He wants me to know he doesn't like me.
Yeah, but he's my friend. So allow Abula, he's my friend. Uncle Femi is my friend.
I
So
know
Uncle Femi.
he has made enough point about me. It doesn't like me.
Uncle Femi. So Uncle Femi, text me down, send me a message. Let me know, okay, Uncle Femi. So, Ma'am Lisa, welcome, Ma'am Lisa. Your time, welcome.
Thank you, Fatu. Thank you.
Mhm.
Hi, Mustafa. Anti tukulo nuyu naa leen. Di wax rek ne tey li ñu indi fii nii Gambian yi mooy
Yeah.
benn rek jubluwaay parce que ñun ñëpp gis nañ liggéey bu baax bi Mustafa di def. Te ni ko Fatu waxee investigative journalism in Gambia ñaari nit rek ñaari fànn ñoo koy def muy Malagen ak The Republic. Te ñun ñëpp xam nañ ne lim umba liggéey bi ñuy def dee nekk liggéey boo xam ne du ñuy am ñi leen dee jàppale te jàppale mooy lan ñi nga xam ne dinañ leen mun a jàppale si sponsors o di leen jox advertisement because of loolu suñ ko defee tamit su yàggee xëy na ñoo dañ koy def bi nga xam ne foog nañ ne ñoom suñ seen liggéey o seen compagnie su defee lu bon Mustapha du ci mun a binda so loolu dafay gën a tax ne loolu dañuy gën a distance seen boppa from all these investigative journalists so te xam nañ ne liggéey bi dafa nit xaalis parce que Mustapha li muy def nii du moom kese dafa am ñum employ ñoo xam ne dafa am pour fay leen moom itamit ak time bi te ñun ñëpp xam nañ ne tey soo gisee tey ñu toog bay wax affaire yi Janneh commission bii nii loo xam ne happen noon na depuis 6 years ago kenn waxu ci dara tey Mustapha dem mu jël ko ñaari at mu def liggéey bu mat liggéey bu set ba génneel ñu tey yi nga xam ne tey ñu ngi toog ñu ni tamit ñu mun a toog di ask ay questions ba ñu mun see jur lu mel ni gala tey ñi nga xam ne fi mu nekk ni ñu ngi jàpp government bi tongtongal leen ne ba génnee leen mboolem loo xam ne yéen a ngi ko doon nuba ki ko waral mooy dañ ko jaaree si Mustapha su ko
am na kuy
Mustapha
laajte lan mooy wave Ma'am Lisa xaaral ma tontu kii wave number bi is 26044 2604433 tur bi if you are xam naa ne if you are in the UK or US foog nga nit tur the name is Talibeh Hydara. Talib, can you type the name and the editor will pin it underneath. It's also on the screen right now. Go ahead, Ma'am Lisa. Bala ma dama bëggoon a tontu kii rek mu doon laajte wave number bi.
that's okay so loolu loolu ñu fi indi tey
Karamba is pledging $5,000. Karamba is pledging $5,000, and thank you so much, Karamba Ture. Thank you. Go ahead,
thank
Ma'am
you
Lisa.
Karamba waaw loolu moo ñu fi indi tey fi mu nekk nii lu ñuy def rek bañuñ dara nag
Hello,
ku
Ma'am
ci am
Lisa.
$1 ku ci am $2 ku ci am $2
Dafa mel ni Ma'am Lisa sound bi dem na.
suma saam bi dafa dem
Dafa mel ni Ma'am Lisa sound bi dem na.
déggu leen ma
So, Mustafa.
hello
No, well, I can hear
Is
her
it
though.
me or what?
it's you
I can hear
think it's you,
Fature.
Fatou.
Fature alkante po bari Ma'am Lisa
What's going on?
kamwele.
Because I cannot hear. What is going on?
I can hear her too. She can hear you also.
Let
I
me
can
know
hear
in the
Fatou
comment
too.
section if you
Yeah,
guys
can
are
you hear me,
hearing me
Fatou?
because I cannot hear.
We can hear you,
I'm
Fatou.
sure people are hearing me, but I cannot hear anything. Something is not right somewhere. Ma'am Lisa, today yange wa continue nga wa, then mandina said what's going on.
Okay.
Private
Wow.
chat. Somebody sending me a private chat. You guys
Limay
can
wax
hear me. Okay. I don't know how come I'm not hearing anybody. I'm not hearing what is being said. Go ahead, Ma'am Lisa. Go ahead. Whilst I figure
okay.
out what is going on.
All right. Loolu moo ñu fi indi tey pour
I
ñuy
guess
jéema
maybe I
tamit
should
ut
just put in my
xaalis
ear.
jox ko
Right.
Mustapha.
Hold on.
Nekkul ne Mustapha la ñu koy jox. Ñu ngi koy jox the Republic itself. This money is not going personally to
Okay.
Mustapha. The Republic lañ koy jox parce que pour jéem koo jàppale si liggéey bu baax bi muy def nga xam ne ëllëg si biir tamit liggéey gi nga xam ne mu ngi koy def te du nekk rek du em si bii nii commencé na liggéey yu baax yu bare yoo xam ne tey government bi o nekku sa government there are some even private institution yi nga xam ne am na yoo xam ne ñu ngi koy def te leeruñu mu ñooy ñëw dañu leeral li nga xam ne tey ñun suñ koom-koom o suñ xaalis si lim dugga te waxuñ nanguwuñu ñu ko wax moom la ñuy génneel di ñu ko si biti ñëpp xam ko so fi mu nekk nii ku ci am sa $1 $2 $3 €5 €10 €100 any amount boo am xeebuñ dara parce que at the end of the day suñ paree ñun ñëpp ñoo si njëriñoo so ñu ngi leen di ñaan yéen ñëpp ngeen ñëw ngeen toog ngeen bokk si crowdfunding bii nii ngeen bokk si GoFundMe bii nii am nañ Wave am nañ Yonna wallet am nañ naka tuddaati am nañ Zelle te gis naa kii Talibeh mu ngi binda lii bi naka tuddaati am na ku laajte
PayPal.
PayPal waaw
Wow.
am nañ tamit PayPal so xam naa dinañ ko piin foofu noonu ku nekk nag loo ci am rek nga mun nga koo donné se dinañ ko apprécier lii suñ koy def pour ñëpp la waaw Gambia moo ñu ñor te dañuy bugg loo xam ne tey luy yóbbu Gambia ñun ñëpp ñu war ci bokk sukkandiku ci not because of Mustapha but dañ koy def because of Republic la waaye xaalis bi demul ci poste Mustapha jërëjëf.
waaw jërëjëf Maam Lisa li nga wax am na solo am na kuy laajte ndax am nañ any GT Bank account. amuñ GT Bank account. I don't have GT Bank. I'll check with Talib, but we have other banks that I'll check with Talib, and then if he has, he will text me and we will put it out. But I'm going to read out the different numbers that we have. So if you are on live, I know we have over 700 people. I want everybody to commit at least $10, or $500 in minimum, at least for the fourth quarter. Huh? If we're able to do that, I'm in Yonna wallet, which the number is 260-4433. 260-4433 if you have Yonna wallet. But also if you are outside and you want to send it through Yonna money transfer, you can send it through money transfer to Talibeh Hydara, and we'll be able to receive it. Just send us the notification, the receipt in an inbox, or send it to this number 260-4433. Send it on WhatsApp. Also, we have Wave, which is 260-4433. Wave 260-4433, and the same name Talibeh Hydara. But we also have Zelle. The Zelle is 917-520-5249. 917-520-5249. But we also have PayPal. PayPal is also, the link is on top of this live stream. You can also log in PayPal. We have $5 is $10 is $50 is whatever amount. In fact, somebody said have Ajib. In fact, is the only one I have. So Talib has Ajib. How come, Talib? How come you don't have Trust Bank? I have Trust Bank. So if you if you want to send, you can send to our Trust Bank too. We will send you the details. But yeah, so we will be able to let us know. We will inbox you if you want to send through a bank transfer. We will inbox you. Junior Demba, Talib will. Talib, can you please inbox him, Junior Demba, and take that up from there. So these are the numbers. Mustafa, yes, Talib, type the number in on the comment section. Mustafa, come my telephone, and I want people to understand when it comes to the work you do, why is it important not to take sponsorship like we do? Why is it important that even though it's lucrative to get sponsorships and do all of that, but you guys stay away from that angle? You just try to be so independent. Why is that important in the kind of work Alchemy?
So, when this whole thing started back in the day when me and my colleagues started Malagan, and one of the things that we had tried to do was to look for different funding models. In other words, we were all working in the local newsrooms.
Yeah.
And so we were both familiar with the system and the media environment, the advertisement-driven journalism, and the limitations. Even though it's good journalism, it still gives you, and it's still a reliable journalism, but it has its limitations, and the limitations in the sense that sometimes you tend to look over your shoulders, and even though journalism, like all other professions, it's a noble job to do, but of course man has also to live a dignified life, which means that you have to have access to income now. So it's a balance of these two things. One, to be able to have income, but another with no strings attached. So we looked around and looked at other places where this model is happening. Independent journalism ongoing. So, for example, you have organized crime and corruption reporting project. They are donor funded. Most people will know them just by OCCRP. Even though that was the fourth estate was established after us, but after Malagan, but you have fourth estate in Ghana.
Baling,
You have
hey, Mustafa Hondon. My sister is just pledging 500. She's going to Zelle right away. $500. Baling Chan. Can we give her a round of applause, please? Thank you so much, Baling. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you,
We want to
Bali.
thank you. That is so
Champion,
amazing. Thank you so.
my
Yeah.
Kakoli Kemo. You know she's a Kakoli Kemo relative part.
Avanta.
Thank you.
Avanda,
Yes.
She's
no
she's
Kakoli
my
Kemo
darling
body.
wife too. Thank you,
You
Conte Jula.
see, Conte Jula, thank
Abarakam
you so,
Champion.
so much, Mbaling. We really
Abaraka
appreciate
Champion.
it. Yesterday, when I called her, no, not a life from Fatura. I'll bring my
Yeah.
contribution. So, thank you so, so much.
Fature,
Yeah.
am I still echoing?
No, you're good now. You're good.
Yeah, je bila jukan ni mamli say kan to nyana dorong. So, nlaf telefona moli alonko, we will be blogging people's donations and doing
Yeah.
people's speeches on my
Yeah.
wall or whoever. So, if you want to be anonymous, near donation or kinang, is an until be inbox or I want to say anonymous, but I be mbal announce as anonymous donated, blah blah blah. So mbad mbaling, ite you are not going to be anonymous, kadite mufang mbading on it. Mbitala na wolo
Definitely.
ngavuko philanthropist Mbaling Cham
Yes.
has donated $500. So I just wanted to make
Yes.
that thank for Niman Lapi Moli Eto Safe, Isafu Fature Duma, Yafon Tolie Duma, so that in Sitafoko, because we want to
Yeah.
be transparent. Tol ben nothing,
Yeah.
Laftalin Kakoro Mimbe Sota Be Tarabanta,
Yeah.
Katu Kodo Fenketele, Kodo Meseatale. So
And as
Fengo
time
Fe
goes
Moli
on,
Adi.
But announcement as we go on every half an hour or so, we will
Yes.
just read out some of the donations. Thank you, Mbaling. And
Fatu, I'm
also,
not like the
yesterday,
APS. I'm not like the
APS
APS.
waaw mun nañoo yónnee through your APS tamit nañ ko yónnee léegi ñu def ko si turi Talibeh Hydara. He's on Talibeh. Can you properly write your name and your number on the comment section? And then if you want to send APS, Yonna, transfer, any of these transfers, you can send it through through Talibeh and send him on the WhatsApp, send him the receipt on the WhatsApp, and we will note it down here. But thank you so much, Ambaling. I appreciate Lebaki. And also, yesterday I told you guys on the group, Jufure Musa Anjay also donated us 25,000. So we want to thank Musa also. I also, because you know me, I'm Yonna. I just donated 25,000 also through the Yonna wallet. Now I sent my receipt because I want to lead by example. I just sent my receipt to Talibeh, so 25 through Yonna wallet. So that's it. So if you donate anything, just send us the receipt or let us know how you want to send it. Who's the wave number is 2604433. 2604433. Yes, that's it. Thank you so much. Baling, let me send you the Zelle so you can Zelle it right there. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Mustafa.
Yeah, so we
Go
looked at different funding models, different institutions that are operating already, investigative journalism organizations. I mean, of course, in the US, you have ProPublica, you have the Intercept. In Austria, you have the Doze. So you have OCCRP. Even the Guardian UK operates a model which is a blend, sort of. They also take public donations. So we looked at those models and thought that this is useful. So, but at Malagan, because the difference between the Republic and Malagan is that at Malagan, when we were starting, I was the journalist and my colleague Seku was in charge of project proposals, and he comes with a lot of experience in that, also in charge of editing and all that stuff. So so when the Republic was being born, it came with only journalists, So for example, it's me, Mariam Sankano, Talibeh Hydara, Awa Makalo, and partly for a part-time freelancer, Usman. Usman Sedikan, and also another volunteer, a colleague of mine, is a Ndoge of mine, Joseph. So, but we are all journalists, and frankly, I mean, at the time, the resources that we had, limited as it is, was my own resources, which wasn't much to own. It was around 300,000. But we had to start from somewhere. So, but we know that also in terms of donor-funded journalism or public donation journalism or public-funded journalism, the public needs to see something before they can have confidence in it. And so at the beginning, we've run a number of successful donation campaigns, which they were modest, but nonetheless important because it shows public interest. Our PayPal account, since last year, we've received a number of donations, though they are grossly inadequate, but they might be close to around somewhere near $2,000 in the course of the whole year since we started. I mean, this is grossly inadequate, but I mean, they're useful nonetheless. I mean, you have some prominent names who were very helpful. I mean, I personally have my own circle. I mean, some of whom are very helpful. So it's not new as such. Like, you have, I'm not sure if they would want their names to be mentioned, but they are very helpful. Some of whom are very known figures in Gambian activism circle. So yeah, I mean, even my own, the old man who sponsored my school, Donald H. May, he's an American. He's in Vermont. Yeah, I saw he also donated one time. I mean, I think it's yearly. He donated last year. And, so this is something that, has been ongoing, even though we were not able to support the kind of public interest we thought it would have. But the reason why, so there are two models that independent journalism currently relies on in anywhere in the world. One is donor-funded journalism, which is led by largely United States. It's funds that are coming from the U.S. State Department, channeling through USAID, which goes to organizations like National Endowment for Democracy, USAID itself, different organizations. That also now comes to fund organizations like the Republic or Malagan and others. Now, when Trump came, he destroyed the USAID, and independent journalism funding through that channel stopped. So, and then, independent journalists turned to organizations that are based largely in Europe, like CAS, and others. But then, limited CAS for a lot of independent journalism outfits out there. So a lot of competition. So we thought maybe the diaspora might be interested. I mean, I have had this conversation with a number of folks like Usman Gajigo. I mean, Dr. Gajigo, Fatu, you know her. And I also have had a conversation with folks like Alaji Sedi Barrow, a number of folks, I mean, who interested in not just activism, but also in accountability. And they thought it's a good idea. And I said, look, the diaspora could fund accountability in the Gambia, but because the thing is that the independent journalism funding, when it's done by individuals, does few things. One is that donor journalism comes with a lot of project work. You have to have project proposals, and you file. After filing project proposals, you have to be making quarterly reports. After quarterly reports, you have to be making final reports. So it comes with a lot of work that often, in fact, they don't give you money to go and say, go and do investigative journalism. They give you money sometimes to blend investigative journalism with endless workshops, with so-called awareness campaigns, talk shows. They take you from journalism, essentially.
Yes.
So they have their weaknesses in that. Secondly, the the work that they require it's not journalism. It's different from journalism. And thirdly, also, they don't give you the freedom to just go and do anything. So, for example, they will tell you, so you may do a project, sort say, for example, around asset recovery. So, and if you do a project around asset recovery, you don't have the latitude to do stories on anything else. So, if, for example, a murder case, you only have a project around asset recovery, an urgent murder case happens here that the government fails to attend to or pretends to not see anything about it, and the police are trying to cover it up. You come to the investigative journal and say, look, we are not a private investigator, but we've had cases like this. I mean, I have investigated a number of rape cases in this country. Even though we are not private PIC, but we've done it and forced the state to do something about them. So, so for example, in a situation like that, if we don't have funding, if we have funding only to focus on asset recovery, we wouldn't have the time to spend on murder cases, on rape cases, even when our attention may be required in that area. So, so donor funds comes with strings, and they come with such narrow scope, you know, because you write a proposal around a particular area. So you may say government accountability. And if you said government accountability, you have to narrow it to a particular area, you know, or reinvestigating or retracing Jammeh's assets. So donor funds comes with a narrow scope, which public donations don't come with. So public just tell
Mustafa,
you.
Mustafa, I'm gonna hold you on here whilst I read some important informations here. So we want to thank Musa Sedi. Musa Sedi just sent us some money to Talib through APS wallet. So Musa, thank you so much. And also we want to thank our contact, that is Tukulur. Actually, she made two donations. One on behalf of BMG at $100, and then the $200 on her own behalf. Thank you so much, Tukulor. Thank you. We really appreciate it. On the Zelle, also, we want to thank Dauda Jawara for sending us the Zelle. Thank you, Mama Didanso. We also want to thank you. He also sent us Zelle. Also, we want to thank people that are sending us Wave and Yonna. This one is from Talib. Send me the names because I want to read our people that are sending us some of these people. I think one Babakar Silla from the Babakar Silla from the United States, and Ibrahim Akeba from the United States. Binta is from the Gambia, and it is the small donors that I really like here. You know, I see people from Gambia sending $50, is $100. That is a lot of commitment. That only shows they really appreciate what you're doing. They want to put that there. And that is very touching. More $50 or $100 or KJ, you know, y'all know Mari, and in me 1 million okay, because the fact that they felt like that $50 will add an impact. So
And I'll tell you also,
yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, so almost if I love the Keten to Alasan, Gold Fund Gambia, and we want to thank Alaji Kausu Jawara from the United States, Mamadou J, he's from the Gambia. We want to thank Alou Sane. I think this is a French sign over the France, and Anna M.S. Wolfanang, Bota Gambia, and Bulbe Tentula. Stalin, make sure you send me all the Zelles that are coming and the wave. So, but Mustafa, go ahead whilst we compile a lot more of these that are coming. Thank you. Alfuseni Toure. We want to thank Alfuseni Toure. Balin Cham also send me a Zelle Filaya, send a sign. Send you know, is here. So thank you so much, Balin. We really appreciate. She just sent it to $500. Thank you so much, Balin. We really appreciate. Thank you. Go ahead, Mustafa.
So just to add that, in fact, for most of the independent journalism funded models, they encourage small donations because the smaller a donation is, the lesser effect it has on. They encourage small donations, and one of the things small donation does is that it has two impact. One is that it does not it does not create much attachment. It does not. You don't have. You're not obliged to an individual.
Yeah.
And two, even though you are appreciative of it, two, it shows also public endorsement, public appreciation of the work.
Yeah.
And three, it shows public ownership, and public ownership of the product. It's
Yeah.
not public ownership of the product matters, because journalism is in itself a meaningless thing. It's a meaningless product if it
Yeah.
does not have public endorsement. If people don't trust us, we can as well just break the pen and go home and sleep, because it's worthless to. Yeah, if people
Yeah.
don't trust your writing with their life, it's worthless to write.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so that's why it's very important. Now, the second issue is that the other issue I was trying to explain about the importance is that the public interest in this work matters a lot, and it helps you to it helps you to it helps you to focus more on a lot more other issues, and
Yeah.
are very important. Yeah, I think
Yes.
essentially those are the very importance of donor from the
Don't know.
independent. Yeah, donors to independent journalism. Yeah.
Independent journalism. Tukulor akamta ko molvina kan ne bake fango. I want us
Conte
to
was saying, yalo follow Ninkodo.
molvina kan.
And I saw one concern, and there are a number of concerns when it comes to this kind of thing, because even us, they are pretty cautious. One of it, how it is one aspect is whether it could compromise the platform. There are people I saw people who have expressed sentiments that this kind of donation may not work. It may compromise the platform. Those concerns were there, and we take note of it. But if it would, we would not probably do it. We are very cautious. I mean, from the beginning, we have had people who have had interest in this and interest in helping us. There are a lot of such requests we've turned down. Requests some people who wanted to donate, and we turn it down. We turn it down because these are not people who fall on the categories that we don't take money from. So, for example, we don't take money from people who are politically exposed individuals, PPEs, companies that are doing business with government and things like that. So it's on our policy that anybody can just go and read on the website. And just to say also that sometimes we do stories, even not stories, because sometimes some people just come to us and say, this thing is happening. There is a particular government, a state-owned enterprise that is doing X, Y, and Z in my property, and talking to them, but they are not listening to me. We need you to. And sometimes we realize this is not an investigation issue. It is just somebody who is blatantly refusing to do what they need to do. And so we call and we call not to threaten, but to call and show our interest in what's going on. And they would sit up and do the needful. And then the person will call and say, what can we do? We said, no, at this point, if I take money from you, that's a bribe. That's a payment for my job. And and also at that point, you cannot also tell that person to go and donate, then, because that means you are charging services.
Yes, that's true.
Exactly. So it's a bit tricky. I mean, there are people who we would do stories. They see things are resolved. They want to come and say, oh, how do you know? And they said, no, at this point, it becomes problematic. I mean, go and decide yourself if you know what I mean. So it's a bit,
it's tricky. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mustafa. I think we have Uncle Madi here, but before I bring Uncle
So
Madi on,
Fatun Sodorong,
I want to thank this, but don't announce quickly. I have Modu
okay.
Job. So a lot of people are just doing this and they're inboxing us. Modu Job is just inbox. He's not even my friend on Facebook, Desan, but he just donated $150 to the Zelle. He told me last week he also donated $100 for the excellent work this outfit is doing. And today he just donated $150 and he sent it to me. And he said he's a big fan of investigative journalism and will continue to support because this is what the country needs. Thank you so much, Modu Job. Go ahead, Tukulor. Yeah.
Mustafa Mimpon lafta wala sembentu yala dorong. Katu investigative journalists hani nata America Jukasise gives that example all the time. Akafolo ko National Public Radio kafumini NPR mu radio station na if it's actually funded by the government, just so you know.
Yeah.
And this is an independent body. They, if the government did anything wrong, they'll talk about it. Yet it is funded by the government. So ikajelo ntolfana Gambia ntolfana nyanta wo kusifal jibel na kuo kono le kajibe ko donating to an independent journalist doesn't mean you're trying to influence what they do, because Piritebe Mustafa interview la wolumfang Mustafa ko lo man la politician on la kodola.
Yeah.
So what doro ya tandila ko
nga control mo politician afo politician kebal ntol dini wol be we all be somewhere, but keba malu mini along for all the influential positions. So, and I made that very clear. This is where everybody belongs somewhere, but the influential politicians, those are the people that will influence decisions, not people like my son collected Sisla. I had a mall put together. Like, can you imagine? Yesterday he sent me a message. He said, "Mommy, I'm going to support your fundraiser already. 15,000 collect, and before the end of the week, I want to collect more." That was very touching. That only shows how committed people are to this, and I want to thank him. That's my son. He's doing amazing. Thank you so much, sister. Sister, go ahead.
Abakata kanede abakata andung his ayakata gala fanayele. Bari ankai ko Uncle Madi Natalie Madi Stein.
Maddie, Uncle Maddie, go ahead. And I think I saw another $50 on behalf of BMJ. I can't over. I call BMJ. BMJ, I'll be BMG mall. I'll be balandine. Already we have almost $300 on behalf of BMG, and we have Lamin Jame from 75, jam dollars. Like I said, Modu Job, 150. We have Malin Kia Limited, 500. And then on behalf of BMG, $50. Thank you so much, all. The Zelle number is on the screen. The wallet is 2604433. The wave is also 2604433. The Zelle is 917-520-5249. And all of this, you can send us messages, and you can send your donation through any of these platforms. Thank you so much. But also, you can send it through APS. Musa said send us something through APS. You can send it through any of these money transfers, as long as, even if you want the bank, we will be able to give you a bank number, a bank account. Thank you so much. Maddie, welcome to this broadcast.
Thank you. Yes, and it's great. Am I okay? I'm on the screen. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you once again. Glad to be here, and I think this is the first of its kind in the Gambia, and for me, in the journey of our republic, this is very significant, because for me it is showing in another way Gambians demonstrating interest in the affairs of the Gambia, in the future of the Gambia, in the destiny of this country. So particularly on this particular subject of corruption, abuse of office, I recognize corruption as the greatest threat, to our country, and as the mother and father of human rights violations. I mean, I have said this all the time. And, one of the greatest tools that we have, therefore, to salvage this country, and not just this country, but any society, one of the greatest tools is investigative journalism.
Societies, modern societies, in fact, since time immemorial, have always put in place safeguards in the form of laws, institutions, you know, and tools and so on, to always safeguard public interest, to always safeguard, protect the truth, expose the truth, ensure accountability. But what history has shown is consistently those safeguards that we put in place, particularly that we take to be the very foundations of society, the very institutions, created by law in society, come to damage the very purpose for which they are established. And here I'm talking about the state and its various organs, whether it's executive, legislature, the judiciary. We have seen in the Gambia and many parts of the world how these same institutions, which are the foremost safeguards for freedom, for rights, for development, you know, for peace and justice, have become the very tools to destroy peace and justice and human rights and public good in societies across the world over time. So the uh, indispensable tool that has emerged in the course of time eventually became the, you know, investigative journalism, but even before that, journalism as a whole, all right, simply because of its independence. And I want to say this so that people appreciate the value, the importance of independence.
So,
Those
Madin Sodomandin, Fatu Ture, can you text me this PayPal number?
The PayPal link. Okay, I'll send it to you. I'll text it to you right away. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the
Go ahead,
people
Madi.
who are journalists would know a saying that says that that the journalist is the fourth estate, you know, and you know, I don't know whether people know who said that, why and when, but then this was said by a Scottish philosopher, you know, in you know, during the days of the high days of the British Empire, which was evolving, to say that even at that time, you know, you had the first estate, which was basically the clergy, the second estate, which was the royalty, and the third estate, which was the what became known as the parliament. But he said of all of the three, the most important is the fourth estate, that is the media, you know, Thomas Burke. And so this idea of fourth estate emerged from there. But for me, the media is not even the fourth. It is the first estate, simply because today, when we bring it to our modern times, we can look at it in terms of the executive, the legislature, the judiciary, which are elected or appointed into office, all right, but in most cases they're not, have come to undermine the very purpose for which they are created, to harm the people, so that the people that are not elected or appointed, you know, as a profession, are the journalists. And over the period, we have seen consistently the role journalists have played, and particularly when the idea of investigative journalism emerged. You know, I used to say investigative journalists are the special forces of the journalist. You know, that the intelligence or the, you know, I mean, that expertise in the journalism, you know, community. And so, therefore, let me join the rest to really commend Mustafa and all the investigative journalists in the Gambia. I think, you know, Mustafa, formerly at Malagan and now at the Republic, you know, has demonstrated that more than enough to realize that, or to inform us that really the making of this country, the protection of the best interests of this country, lies with this investigative journalists, and that it is the tool that eventually provides resources for Gambians to begin to reclaim their country, and to make sure this country stands on the principles and the pillars of good governance and human rights and democracy and all that they entail. So that, you know, I just want to maybe delve into a bit into history about
Yeah.
investigative journalism, and maybe point out, in fact, some groundbreaking investigative journalism, initiatives, so that people
Yeah.
appreciate really this matter. You know,
Yeah.
we are today in 2025, but when we talk about investigative journalism,
Yeah.
um, as records show, we can go back to the United States in the late 1800s. All right. There is a story called the 10 Days in a Madhouse. All right. Which was a time when a journalist, a young reporter actually, decided to go undercover at an institution for the mentally ill and therefore expose the shocking poor conditions of that institution. And this is 1887. I mean, like
Yeah.
200 years ago. But
Mhm.
200 years later, this happened in the Gambia. Mustafa, I don't know, Mustafa, then you were at Malagan or the Republic, but the penny appeal case, when I read this story,
Yeah.
when the penny appeal case, it just reminded me of this story in the US 200 years ago, because the penny appeal case also is about, an institution for children in
Mhm.
which children are being abused and living in poor conditions. All right.
Yeah.
But in the case of the US 200 years ago, immediately the state of New York allocated $1 million. Can you imagine? 200 years ago, $1 million, you
Mhm.
know, per year to care for the mentally ill because of the reporting of this young lady reporter,
Mhm.
Nellie Bly or Nellie Bly, something like that. All right.
Mhm.
So, and her reporting led to a grand jury investigation. And in America, when they say grand jury investigation, that is a very significant investigation. Now,
Mhm.
if you go further, in the 1890s, almost, within the same period, a few years later, there's this black civil rights activist, also a
Mhm.
lady, Ida B. Wells. Yeah, yeah. And that Ida B. Wells also conducted an investigative reporting into the killing, the lynching of black men by whites
Mhm.
at that time, because whites, they can just see a black man and they catch you and lynch you, tie you on a tree and put you on fire and beat you because they claim you made, you looked at a white woman,
Mhm.
not even rape, but you even looked at a white man in a certain way or talked to a white woman. So, because they want to maintain that white supremacist, social order. But Ada B. Wells dedicated herself to really investigate the high numbers of lynching, and
Mhm.
only to come to realize it is all false claims. They were all false claims, based on racism,
Yeah.
and it was her reporting that eventually led to the abolition of lynching in America. All right. If you move further, like 100 years later or so, when America was in Vietnam, in the Vietnam War, in the 60s,
Mhm.
early 60s to late 70s, there was an incident called the My Lai. I mean, it's a Vietnamese word, so it's either My Lai or My Lai massacre
Mhm.
in
Yeah.
1969. Now, again, and one of my favorite investigative journalists, he's still alive. He's called Seymour Hash, and one can look out for him in the internet. He has a website. So he, reporters were in Vietnam at that time, and
Mhm.
he conducted an investigative journalism in the war and exposed
Mhm.
the U.S. military's cover-up of the My Lai of that massacre, in which over 500 unarmed Vietnamese civilians were killed in that village called My Lai. All right. I mean,
Mhm.
the outrage that prompted by his reporting eventually contributed to the growth and influence of anti-war movement in America.
Mhm.
Yeah, it took the anti-war movement to another level, and even eventually the commander who oversaw that massacre, eventually was convicted. for that massacre. And there is the famous Pentagon Papers in 1970, all right, which also it relates to the Vietnam War, 1971 actually. The Vietnam War, looking at America's involvement in that war. So through, again, by investigative journalists, in the New York Times, all right, which through their work, they realized that, there are, corporations connected with the Department of Defense, and so the leaked papers detailed how multiple presidential administrations were actively misleading Americans about American public about the consequences of that war on Southeast Asia. And that also contributed to significantly to anti-war movement in America. And when you talk about investigative journalism, I think the probably most groundbreaking story is the Watergate scandal. In the 70s, by two journalists at the Washington Post, and which eventually led to the resignation of Richard Nixon. Again exposing, corruption, the abuse of office that the Democratic Party, was engaged in those periods. All right. So these are all stories that just highlight how investigative journalism is important. And in our times recently, the 2016, the Panama Papers, all right, which also exposed dozens of politicians, celebrities implicated in a multi-million, scandals. All right, because they through a Panamanian financial company called Mossack Fonseca. All right, and through a series of reporters across so many countries, but thanks to the Panama Papers, eventually, what happened? Some countries, some governments even collapsed. But we can talk about even as recent as our present moment in Ghana with Anas, all right, and these investigations into the judiciary, into sports, and into other aspects of Ghanaian society and government, and the impact of all of that. All right. So and in our case, we've had our own stories of investigative journalism, and we can relate to William Dixon Colley. He had a newspaper called Africa Nyato. We call him the doyen of Gambian journalism. All right. And also exposed corruption during the First Republic, and under severe pressure and threats, exposed so much corruption and abuse. Then Sanamane, the touch with Tix, Senator Tix Mane, in 1988. Accused 4 key ministers of the PPP government for corruption. And it was a shakeup at the time, when it happened. And eventually we have somebody like Talibeh Hydara, I remember, myself intervened data at the when point was newly established in 1991, and looking at what is the purpose and the direction and the objective of of the point. All right. Sometime in 1992, and the corruption was topmost in his agenda, at the time. So investigative journalism is a is a national imperative, but particularly in our time, in the circumstances that we are, and and Gambians need to appreciate this and give support to investigative journalists, because investigative journalism is not an easy job. It's different from ordinary journalism, everyday journalism, where you pursue stories based on schedule. There are events, ceremonies that you go and cover, or things happen, and then you go there and give it. But then investigative journalism, it's time consuming. It's resource intensive. All right. It requires a lot of tools and skills, and patience, especially in a society in Melanco there is no interest to disclose information to the public. So
Public,
investigative
yeah.
journalists have to undertake extra effort and initiative, and
Okay.
in order to get to the bottom of things. Because at the end of the day, the whole idea of investigative journalism is to uncover what is concealed.
Yeah.
Because somebody, especially
Mm-hmm.
people in power, but could be people in business, people in society, and people anywhere, deliberately conceal information
Yeah.
simply because they want to hide their illegal activities, their corruption,
Activities.
their abuse.
Yeah.
And the
Marty, let
whole
me read out when you finish that sentence. Let me read out some of these donations because we want to push them to bring more. They've been slowing, they've been coming, but it's slowed down a little. So let them come in.
read on.
We want to thank Suleiman Sow from the UK. My UK people are coming, but this Abdullah Njai, I think this is my neighbor from New Jersey, Abdullah Njai. Thank you, Abdullah. We want to thank Aliu from Gambia, Lamin Kedabo, I think this is Swiss. Fatu T, Mariam J, these are from Gambia. Mali, the important thing is the Gambian people, they're donating so much. You see $500,000, 300. That stands out a lot for me, And then we have Fode Sano, and we have CDP Fofana. They are sending through money transfer. Sute Sise, thank you so much. I see my sister here, Kadi Jabang from the UK. Thank you so much, Kadi. Atukulori Idingolote, Kadi Jabang from the UK. We want to thank you, Kadi. We want to thank Lamin Sawane also from the UK, Mustafa Fofana from the UK, Lamin S from the Gambia. Thank you, Lamin. K Meseng is also from the Gambia. Thank you. Lamin C is also from the Gambia. Almami S is also from the Gambia. Hassan N is from the Gambia, and Mahmoud Lamin Fati is from the US. Of course, from money transfer, we have Karamo Konate. Thank you so much, Karamo. We also have Sute Sise and Musa Sedi. Also, we have Saini Sise from I think from the Netherlands. Lamin M from Gambia and Alaji S from Gambia and Keba Mark. That's Mark. Mark Saho. Thank you so much, Mark. Mark from the UK. Thank you. I know Mark is watching right now. Thank you so much, Mark. And we have Lamin C from the Gambia also. And this also is Kausu Jete. Thank you so much, Kausu from the United States. I come to American call be more no kanena. Tonya American call.
That's good.
American call. You know, we deal with dollars, so Trump la mole before stacker right now.
But
Yes, the wave is the wave is
but
2604433. The wave is 2604433, and the name is Talibeh Hydara. The Yonna wallet is also 2604433. The Zelle is 917-520-5249. The Ajib account is 2010-200-250-194. It's all on the right now on the screen. Thank you so much, Madi. Madi Botajan Hadi is also here from BMG. Madi, go ahead.
Yeah, Father, we thank those people, and we hope more people would donate. They are not doing for the Republic. They are doing it for themselves and for the Gambia.
Yeah.
And they are not doing it for journalism alone. They are doing it for the governance, the development, and for justice and peace in this country.
Yeah.
If you look, investigative journalism have been having the greatest impact on the Gambia so far, because Auditor General report John Lebonne exposing massive corruption, scandalous, outrageous corruption, abuse of office, conflict of interest, disregard of the law. Look at their reports on security report, on COVID, on even the municipalities, on everywhere. But at the end of the day, where did it go? The president said it's an opinion, and his ministers joined him, and then they sang that song, end of story. The National Assembly has taken decisions on some of those reports, and their own investigation, the Public Petitions Committee not long ago released a report on the GT board inquiry, the Gambia Post Authority inquiry. Where did it go? All right.
Yeah.
The IDP has all of those reports. The AG has all those reports. What did they do with it? The commissions came, Janet Commission, TRRC, I mean, other presidential commissions on AKI, on Faraba Commission, they produce reports.
Yeah.
But where did they go? But look, Republic produced a report on 30th April.
Yeah.
By 8 May, 8 days later, 1 week later, citizens were so agitated that they had to assemble on the street. The government, a report that they have, information that they have for the past 6 years, 7 years, 8 years, sat on it.
Yes.
The Minister of Justice even went to National Assembly to say they cannot give the list of buyers because that will violate their privacy. But Gambian citizens and our, amazing youth for that matter, 3 days, they compelled the government, the Minister of Justice, to release at least something. What they said they were not going to release years ago, now they released it.
Yeah.
They did not stop there. They said they are going to do a comprehensive report. They did not stop there. They said they are going to do an audit report. Further, the president had to come out after all these years, since the day the General Commission gave the report to President Barrow in March 2019. He never came out publicly to speak about the General Commission until when this Republic report came out and the youth agitated. And then it did not stop there. We saw the National Assembly get up to say they are now going to set up a special committee. They did not just say they are going to set up a special committee, but if you follow the discussion, assembly member after assembly member consistently blame themselves for failing to have come out on this matter long since.
Long since.
So if there's any evidence people need, all right, to appreciate the role, the importance of investigative journalism, here is the evidence.
That's true.
And that is why, whether it is $50 or 50,000, whatever we contribute, it is for us. Yes, it is for us, for this country. And all those who are making pledges or donating, and those listening or watching, this is the appreciation we should have about investigative journalism.
That's
yes,
true.
because at the end of the day, the Gambia government is sitting on a big, box covered. Inside that box is filled with abuse of office, is filled with disregard of the law, is filled with corruption, embezzlement, mismanagement of public resources, is filled with lack of efficiency, incompetence, lack of care. And even though we have the Access to Information Act that requires them to proactively disclose information, even though they carry out investigations and commissions to expose to all of those malpractices, at the end of the day, it does not take us anywhere.
That's true.
But
that's true.
Investigative journalism, through the Republic right now, has shown that if there's anything that is powerful enough to trigger the outrage of people and to, trigger people to act, it's investigative journalism. So we
it's
need to
investigative journalism.
Yeah,
we need to support
if
it.
nobody has seen a solution for the Gambia, a way forward for the Gambia, then right now that solution and way forward is demonstrated right before you.
Right before you. And that's why a session like this is important, to encourage people to support. Like I said, the Wave, the Yonna wallet, the PayPal links, and the Zelle is all on the screen. We have Uncle MB, my uncle is here, Juka is here, and Hadijatu is here. Welcome, guys. Hadijatu, new buy la yotam godu gabalasma Uncle Dino and Juka. Juka will be live also on TikTok. So those on TikTok and those on YouTube also, they need to know all these numbers. I'll be announcing the list of people that are still donating. But let's have Hadijatu. You did go. Juka, go ahead.
Fatu, I just came to say hi so that I can go to TikTok and try to get money for you guys on TikTok. get
Great.
that TikTok money for you guys. But I
Great,
just wanted to
great.
say hi and then go to TikTok.
Okay, Juka.
Waaw mun lo bokk fii nga def fii nga stream
Okay,
bi
xaaral
from
man
to
ma dem maa
TikTok.
Juka TikTok. Xaaral man maa Juka ñu dem TikTok ñu nekk foofu noonu yéen ngeen nekk.
Okay, I can actually do that. Let me log in from my laptop, then I'll connect again.
Nga connect from fii waaw loolu moo gën waaw.
Okay.
Nga xam ne nga
So how am I
share
log out
screen
and
bi
then
si sa TikTok bi waaw. Okay.
Okay, awesome. Okay.
léegi Juka da nga bëgg ma
Hadijatu.
ñoo join la TikTok.
No, dafa
waaye TikTok yëpp ñëw leen ñun dañoo rees xaalis bu bari la ñoo rees ñëw leen.
Acha mu nga Hadijatu go ahead.
Okay, maa ngi ñëw.
Asalaamaaleykum maa ngi leen a nuyu Fatou naka nga de
Jërëjëf Hadijatu ñu ngi fi rek Hadijatu.
Mustapha Tukulóor Juka Maam Lisa ak suñ oncle broda Madi maa ngi leen a nuyu yéen ñëpp.
Thank you, Hadi.
Jërëjëf.
naam man moom mun naa wax si Joola because Tukulóor wax na si soose so ma try si Joola ma nit ma wax.
Okay.
Njobu de saafu muyu burom kandika jukerat kër Fatou jaatnu bibi baabe pour manu raise fund pour Mustapha because Mustapha wana purenem Gambia bu rokap bu sumut pana rock simit sigaba emit yopon pour mana purenoli wanu manjumuli burom yononde chenye bu rokabati journalist nak bu sumut diba kori so jaat Fatou na bibi baabe pour manu ñes donation pour acila because buroka padi journalist fanam nu wore nu puren bokora tata baba kanu manje koku de roko na chame cham so ulula tutani wa $5 $10 $20 wano sani ji baju manje donate because anyira si ko nanu manje omude kan barok banu manje jati esuke yole di o represent Gambia burom jat malegena manu manjum ku purene rit o purene jaat nu mama wudi buro manu sofora manu rambelno pour man su baj malegena manu manje Gambia burom yoku manju Mustapha a journalist omude nyes wanu manju wuli burom o manju to yo Gambia to baja sifa yu de suke yolidi wuli burom nu waren yito manu sofo manu senawo sembay pour mana ngolen man sa kure onaka bilut pour mana law bu kanak fata bile last week nana la kon di programme nano pani iresi phone te bu Gambia na ko brom koku manku yitoy koku de donate bakura wuli nya jarnu bibi babe wono sani jibajo nu senodi pour boroka bola mambu easy pour jakuma se because reporter yana kure nu nya e fulenga ufufa wuju simit si gaba na roko simit si gaba te yo burum bakuri panano ken dere le anosani ya munam o kurenen de jibe yola mana jow di bakura bola mana senoli malagena jarnak nu bibi babe wuli fanan manu lañeno buroka banu manjum bonande kane di wuli burom nu yito manu rego a baraka buroka boli bu jajak wulu bajut hani waaf anosani bakura wanosani nu baju nu donito Fatou abaraka babake.
Abaraka Hadi, thank you so much. And it's important we use multiple languages. I want to thank all of the people that are sending. Lamin Kijera, I think is from Canada. We want to thank you, Lamin. We want to thank Juju Mane Dabo from the US. And also, this is CD Toure. We want to thank you for sending in your donations. Abdu Bojang from the United States, Ibrahim Asanyang from the United States, and Lamin Sano, I think, from Spain. Tell you, my US people are doing amazing. Uncle MB, it looks like you guys are leading. The US is leading. You are leading with bigly. In my Trump voice, you are leading bigly. Uncle MB, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Fatu Nkaiko, Yandimbara, Bemo, Kontona, Momoni Bela Moikang, and to all the panelists that are there, Brother Madi and Mustafa, and all the ladies. I'm not seeing their pictures. Malo Milfan and I'm on a very small phone, so at my age, it's very hard to read the phone screens. But greetings to each and every one of you guys. Thank you for the invite. Musuma namuskoto namuskewale invite in program odo tukolor si. Ako ni mana futo bandale. So wala nanko, you know what? I have to show up.
Okay.
But in seriousness, this is
Yeah.
something that I felt when I heard about it. I felt like this is a very important initiative. I have to be involved in it. And
Yeah.
not about Mustafa, not about anything, but it's about there's something that we say in the hotel business, and that is that you cannot stop corruption or theft. What you can do is you can put in places audits and possible suspect of audits may along, because people at all times don't know when they're going to get audited. That way they will be kind of hesitant to take anything or to steal. And I think that's what Mustafa is kind of doing in a sense. Not only investigation, okay, but it wants, I think, Puruka corruption or Tala Nasadoto, if they know that there's people, there's newspapers like this and journalists like this that are out there, people will start being very careful and whatever corruption or minimize the back. So what I truly believe that Mustafa and the Republic needs to be empowered.
Yeah.
This investigative journalism need to be empowered in the country. That way, people will know that, you know what, if I steal, this is the risk that I have, that there are journalists out there who will expose us. And sooner or later, so definitely I support this. And I think every Gambian, and, I was part of the fundraising initiative in GDF. And after 2016, when victory came, every Gambian felt really proud that they did something, and we've always heard people saying that I did something, in the background. You didn't know what I did. This is the time that now there's no more dictatorship in the country. This is the time we get out and we support people, because what Mustafa is doing, what the Republic is doing, they're putting their lives on the line. They're putting in a lot of resources in this. They're putting their own time, while some of us are at work. We want to see a good country. We want to see a corrupt-free country. We want to see good governance. The only way we can do that whilst we work is to be able to take some of the earnings that we make at work and empower these people. And I think that is the goal here today. You don't have to come up with $500, 1,000. We would definitely love that. But what we want you to do is to be counted, to be listed like these people, Fatih Mel Kwal Kanteng, like all of us. I definitely want to get counted. And on that note, I will definitely make my pledge to say I will pledge $200. And Fatu, I will
Yes.
definitely send that to you. It's just a matter
Thank
of when
you.
fundraising comes, and when it comes to nation building, when it comes to democracy, when it comes to patriotism, it's just to be counted. And I think every
Yes.
Gambian, what you guys are doing out there daily. The other day, I was traveling late at night, and one of the things that I did is I'm like, oh my God, I missed this Fado show. That was the one with Amadou Kora. And I put it
Yeah.
on and I listened to it my entire drive. Not only did I get entertained, I got, kept busy, but at the same time, I was able to find out exactly what was happening. So I let and this is why I really think everybody that is listening here today, you just have to come and just mention and just contribute something, whatever it is, whatever you can. When I was doing GDF fundraising, and I think Juka and Tukulor will be witness of this, people were donating $5. I actually had somebody who in Germany told me that I am sending you $25. This is my allowance that I got.
Yeah.
This month I'm not going to send it to my parents. And by the time that money got to me, I think I got $15 out of it. But that $15 is what brought about the change in that country in 2016. And that
Yeah.
change that we didn't get right because of some of the wrongs that were not corrected is what we're trying to continue. So I definitely encourage everybody to come out here today and chip in. And I like to see people like Yunus Hydara. Gradually, I'm going to be calling out people's names to come out here, because
Yep.
we definitely want this. And I'm going to close with this thing. Anybody who is sitting in America, you're sitting in Germany, you're sitting in the diaspora somewhere, you are sitting on somebody's wealth. The wealth that you're getting, the freedom that you're enjoying, it is on somebody's back. Somebody died for that, somebody worked for that. And this is the same thing we're trying to do for our country. We don't have the resources. No one person cannot do it, but collectively in Telfanang, American only men di mon la jam fonte sinano American nga doko ki jang nga yirwa jang. That is what we're trying to give the future in our country, and that's why it's very important for everybody that is listening. Please pick up your phone, contribute something. There's a lot of means. If you cannot contribute today, make a pledge. But what is more important is Mustafa's work is not based on a pledge. It's based on
Yeah.
action right now. He's
Yeah.
investigating. When he was talking to you, he said he was producing more stories. Those stories have to be investigated. And if we empower him, not only will they not be able to stop him, but he'll be able to do more. And in turn, he will hire more people, and that will create employment too. So I really want to invite everybody to come out here and chip in a little bit. So thank you so much again for the invite. And Fatu, I will send you the money, through Zelle. That was my contribution. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Uncle MB. We really, really appreciate. I wish I can tell the countless support you and others have given to us. When you speak, I got emotional because I know how, the reason why was this thing. I got very personal about this because I know what we went through, how things went bad, and what people like you did for us. Putting alone on single camp. And so sometimes when you come in, every time you're coming, you will make sure you bring us memory cards, you bring us cables, you bring us just to support us and encourage us. And sometimes honey not American call because the kind of support you give us. And sometimes but that means so much because it's the encouragement you're giving us to tell us, look, we got you, we know what you're doing, I'll appreciate it. And work over si follow warning ku jama me along konte hani la fula jang. Wole atina be behind be do kola because ni semeta mola mini along ko push from the back all the time akumayatal. And that's why we want to thank you, and this means a lot for us, you coming here, and even not just the plague, but you coming here and saying this. So thank you so much, Uncle MB, and we want to thank you for always supporting us and Kerfatu and all other media outlets. Therefore, being tabe for no ba ala ni long waka, and we want to thank you so much. Angaje Juga Fanam Bijang. I see Mariam C saying she's pledging 500. Mariam C is a continuous follower of this page. She's always on every live stream that I do. I see her. She's pledging 5,000. Mariam, thank you so much. We'll reach out to you and so how we can get that money. Thank you so much. Juga is also on Juga the family yangi TikTok de. Juga mangi TikTok. Mangi is low TikTok. Why not
Legi yo
TikTok?
Fatu waxal suma guy TikTok yi hello man ma bàyyi la nga wax guy hello then waxal ma increase volume bi guy yang fi ñu ngi dugg sa wax naa la ñu naa leen screenshot ku daw doxewuloo donation dama laa block from Monday on lu leer laa wax guy
Okay, waa TikTok yëpp ñu ngi leen a nuyu di leen gërëm for joining this broadcast. Di leen wax ne TikTok, especially now, is the way foofu lañ mën a catch people, especially the young people. And gis naa, especially when this story, Republic story bi about the Jammeh's assets bi mu génnee, reaction bi ma gis TikTok musuma ko gis si anything loo xam ne xew na Gambia. That only shows how the young people are interested in the affairs of this country. It only shows how the young people are also concerned about lan moo dee xew. Dama dee wax ne tey Gambian young people nuñ engagé tey si politics ak si li xew si réew mi musuta am. Kon loolu dafa wone loolu. So ñoom tam am nañ big role to play in this because the Republic lim def ba ñun ñëpp ñu react ba ñu am gala mu juddu si ba list bi génna ba tey ñu am parliamentary inquiry. Loolu yëpp li ko waral mooy this work bi nga xam ne Republic def nañ ko te buñ faate fii dañu war a remember Mustapha story yuñ def yëpp suñ ko buggee compter fii buñ faate di Banjul project road project buñ faate the fertilizer scandal buñ faate the ministry's fisheries report the penny appeal case bi ak other rape case bi nga xam ne mooy the University of the Gambia rape case boobu noonu so many other the mining stories and so many investigative stories yoo xam ne am nañ impact te loolu yëpp lan moo ko dee tax gis nañ fi conviction si fi xew gis nañ state ministers yoo xam ne Mustapha investigate that is like holding public officials to account. Loolu lan moo ko dee mën a def koo xam ne am na ngëm-ngëm te li ma dee wax mooy sooy def investigative story soo gëmutee sa boppa nga am iman doo ko mën a def because you come across with so many loo xam ne daf la dee bëgg a influence maa ngi remember am na benn story ñu ngi ko musa def time boobu mu ngi woon Kër Fatou it was the Banjul Roads project at some point ma ne ko Moustapha ma ne nañ dem mit ak kii ñu xool naka la ñoo def xam nga man moom dama bari caaxaan ma ne ko bàyyi ma man maa si def ñu dem mit ko mu ne ma ne I'm not involving you guys in anything dem leen toog waaye sometimes you get tempted and for not a single time will this guy get tempted in any of these and sometimes lu yàlla xam doy na they tough so
Yeah.
I think lu ñoo def nii tey mooy ñu jël that burden of him
Yeah.
burden bu bi mu waree fay taxi burden bi mu war a jël fay something pour get leads to some of these stories yu moo def burden bi moo jël pour mun a jox staff am bi allowance because Republic mënuñoo fay sa seen staff salary properly because they don't have funding ñoom ñëpp ñu xam ne ñu ngi foofu dañoo sacrifice ay allowance yi nga xam ne pour rek loo xam ne dina mun a sustain seen jaabante bi kon tey lu ñoo def nii tey is to support them pour ñu mun a take some of those little burdens away from them pour ñu mun a concentrate on their core business which is to investigate te loolu dafa am solo balaa ngaa mun a investigate nga xaw a comfortable tuuti Moustapha moom mun na koo def moom min na ko moom buro lii la dee lekkat buro moom na am coffee rek ak ataaya moom bu amee coffee ak ataaya moom he's good but of course he has a team and the team will need to also be able to work resources woo xam ne dina mun a yombal seen liggéey bi kon waa TikTok ñu ngi leen a encourage ñoom tam am nañ tweet am nañ Wave 2604433 am nañ Yonna wallet 2604433 am nañ Zelle 917-520-5249 waaye gis naa ñoo xam ne sax ñu ngi send through money transfers ñu ngi Zelle ñu ngi send through money transfer
Zelle bi moom mu ngi ñëw tabaar fakala te xam nga lu ma
na Zelle bi ñëw de
mu ngi ñëw te xam nga lu ma neex si Moustapha dinaa wax a little bit low because of suma soj bi before but li ma neex si Moustapha moom boolewu dara ak ay wax dafa sëgga di def liggéeyam bi te su génnee liggéeyam ba moo koy waxal and I really admire his skills ak tamit nu mu comporté boppam always wax dëgg yàlla te man soo ma laajee Moustapha dafa nekk si beneen maxaama boo xam ne askan bi xamuñ ko déglu naa ko sa interview bu moo yow ma nekk di wax ne kii daf dee practice mindfulness after ma dinaa wax ak moom mu wax ma lu dee practice waaye xam naa ne daal maxaama mu ngi si feneen daal foo xam ne domaine boo xam ne ñu bari xamuñ ko and that's what I admire about him loolu moo tax xam naa tamit mu gën a mun a def liggéeyam bi with tenacity bu mu ko dee defee ak focusness bu mu amee moom dafa focus mindfulness bi dafa focus which is a beautiful thing and comme li nga wax gars yi TikTok yi fi mu nekk nii ñun dañ ñëw pour raise funds léegi tey nii yéen ñëpp génn nañ seen wallet yi muy $5 muy $10 bari ngeen noise TikTok da ngeen dee wax yéen ak si débat yéen ak si kaay tey génne leen seen xaalis yi ngeen def ko fa seen wax ji nekk su ko defee ñu xam ne jaame assets yi ñu doon yu kii investigate Moustapha ñor na leen yeneen investigation ñu def bari na barki de moo ñaay la fi def sand mining investigation bi boobu nag gars yi ekkati guñ ko waaye xam naa ne dinañ ko ekkati waaye again añ leen ñu jàppale plateforme am bi again nekku di jël xaalis from any donations si ground bi comme let's say private companies si ak yooyu or anybody ko xam ne mu ngi deal ak government he's very independent comme niñ ko defee fii NPR they do fund drives all the time te askan bi ñoo leen dee jàppale pour ñu def ko whether it's influencers celebrities or whatever ñoo dee jàppale NPR national public radio la fii pour ñu mun a jël donations ñu jàppale network boobu mu continuer kon ñun tam war nañ ko mën a defal suñ askan suñ journaliste yi ak ñi nga xam ne réew mi moo leen ñor pour ñu defal leen ko and it's nothing political but it's specifically pour nga xam ne ñun ñu am truth.
This is for Gambia. Thank you so much, Juga. Thank you. Gis naa léegi Baboucar Buga suma réew dafa mel ni seen gars yaa ngi ñëw de mu ngi play $20,000 Baboucar Buga suma réew $20,000 Sadia Touré from the US moom tam yónnee na through the Wave Lamin Jatta naam
Fatou na leer léegi dañ am xama ni ko dee waxee sax dañ am different people léegi comme ku mel ni Baboucar dafa war a génne xaalis pour ñun sisters am yi ñoom Juka ak ñoom Hadi ak ñoom Tukulóor moom xam na mu génnee beneen pour Kër Fatou mu dem Republic léegi gars yi noonu lañ war a def benn soirée maa ngi laa oo si table bi ñun sa
ku nekk na nga oo sa nit de man de
waaw
gis na suma oncle
loolu
man
la
suma oncle si man la yónnee oncle MB yónnee na ma 200 bi si man la
gis naa
yónnee
loolu
ah pare Mbaling Cham si man la yónnee man maa ngi dugal suma gars yi maa ngi leen a call léegi
ah
nag ku nekk na da nga oo foog naa ne daal bugga
waaw
suma réew si yéen la def bii de ko seen gars yi ñoo ko report 20,000 am naa beneen anonymous doono boo xam ne mu ne pour yéen la BMG
waaw
$60 kooku tam mu ne
waaw
pour yéen la
waaw
gis naa boobu tamit
wax bu ma BMG na wax activiste yi rek ñun activiste leen tey
activiste yi
waaw because
activiste
bëgguñ
yi
benn
tey
problème
ok
waaw
waaw
léegi
activiste yi ok
Lamin Gassama tam dugal na mu ne dugal na Zelle waaye foog naa Lamin Gassama si ñun la dugal ndax si yow la dugal Lamin
ah
foo
Lamin
dugal
Gassama foo dugal xëy na si yéen la Lamin foog naa si yéen la man daal ana suma gars yi nag Kër Fatou fan si génn si nag nañ ma jàppale rek man daal am naa 500 bu jógee fële am naa
waaw
200 am naa 25,000 maa ngi lobby de
non non
so yéen tam suma
500 bi dafa daaneel ñu bari TikTok nag
suma
maa ngi
500 ak 200 loolu $700 la already
dañu daaneel te
plus
financé guñ maa ngi indi
plus
bàyyi la
ñaari
nga
25,000 loolu 50,000 ak $700
Fatu.
léegi nag foo naa ñoom maag saaxo yëpp si man la now uncle
Yeah, Fatu, I got offline. Somebody called me in the background and they're selling me $50, which I'll forward to you. But I'm Marima Lafilato for us. So,
yeah see
waaye
man
léegi
uncle
layal MB ñun suñu bos anamu
yeah uncle MB yu ma def yëpp si man la juga
MB
no,
déedéet
Jinga,
uncle MB yu ma def yëpp si man la bi
déedéet
yéen ngeen jël
kon dama ko toog daf ñu war a isi spécial pour ñun man ak Tukur
déedéet xam nga uncle MB dafa fase dafa fase anti tukulóor so man bi si jarbaatam la ko nekk di indi
ñoo bañ
all right, Amari, just write think I guess just write Colorado, the state of Colorado.
Colorado.
Yeah,
Okay.
get it. So
Okay.
I'll make sure I sell it to you. I'm gonna be
Okay.
logging on and off, just calling people and getting pledges. So I'll be off and on. Okay. And
Okay. Thank you, Uncle MB.
Whilst I am on, I just want to ask Mustafa a question. I don't know if Mustafa can hear me.
Yes, he can hear. Yes.
Yeah, Mustafa Fenko, just can you tell us? I mean, what is your motivation? What motivates you? What got you started to doing this wonderful job that you're doing, and why do you think it is so important? What is your drive? Just so that the young can also get a little bit of information as to.
Uncle MB, before you go far, na gas will be not gonna be there. Just donated 2,000.
Oh,
My
nice.
people are coming. My people are coming. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mustafa.
Well, so just as Mahdi started off when he was explaining about the history of investigative journalism here, so any one of us are not coming out of a vacuum. So, for example, me and my colleague Sekou Jame, who jointly started the Republic, Malagan, have started from that historical context. Whether it's the story of Batarawale before us, or Dixon Colley, or Jonkunda Dafe. I mean, Jonkunda Dafe, most of you would know. Senatix Mane, or Uncle Sam Sar right now, who is currently with us, or any of those. So there's a historical context to the significance of investigative journalism and its contribution to the building of a republic. And so, for me, from my point of view, I come from I'm a joint mix of. I have a joint mix of political influence and journalism boxed together, growing up, because I started with a public sympathy, not undisclosed sympathy for a particular political group, a socialist party, which also had a newspaper. And so my interest in and my political upbringing also ties me to journalism. And so, not that influenced my investigative journalism, but that influenced my interest in journalism. And so, as time goes on, I develop keen interest in investigative journalism. And I think that, government, there is no good government or a trustworthy government anywhere in the world. And I'm sure everybody else knows this fact. And that governments are built so that they are the people who put them, who selected few of them, because every government can only have a tiny few of the people they will select to preside over their affairs. And so these few people needs to be held to account for them to deliver whatever it is that they pledge to do, or whatever they promise to serve the society. And so there has to be an independent institution that ensures that this small group of people are held to account on behalf of the people. And the media and the civil society are the only two outside institutions whose job it is to do just that. And so, in my opinion, I mean, whether growing up and now, is that whether or not you have, it doesn't matter who serves as your president, unless you have an independent, accountable to the public institution outside of government that holds the government to account, you just don't have a democracy. Because democracy is not elections. Democracy is what happens after the election. So once you have a government in place, you have to have proper governance. And you cannot have proper governance unless you have people who are holding the government to account. So, and I think that's what, aside from the history of it, history of journalism in the Gambia, which we all drew inspirations from, it's also the need for critical journalism in a democracy. I mean, and you could look at it from the history that we have had here. So, for example, when I was at Kerfatu, we've done a number of stories, including the Banjul project. And even though some of our findings were disregarded as not as rubbish, but eventually when the audit came to be done on the Banjul project, it came to confirm some of the things we have raised in our earlier in our story while I was at Kerfat. And an interview with a former minister on this subject is on YouTube, which anybody can view. I mean, there are also instances when we had worked on, for example, when we newly came at Malagan, we worked on the Dr. Banja case. And before that, we did a story about the procurement of a house by Gambia National Petroleum Corporation in Banjul, which, by the way, was bought for $19 million. Something the GMPC couldn't sold it for. They could barely sell it for 10 million, and it was located at a place which was later confirmed to be unsuitable for building of a petrol station. Nothing happened. We published the story way back in Malagan, on Malagan. When our first major breakthrough was the Dr. Banja story, which was our third investigation. And so you could see Dr. Banja went to prison as a result of that. We did a number of stories. We did the penny appeal case. The state says there was no case. After we did the story, the state brought the case back to court and charged some couple of people, even though they didn't do what we expected they would do, but at least it was a half-hearted attempt is better than none at all. And so you could see once we started, and we've seen the impact of this kind of journalism, then we became firm, much more firm in our belief that critical journalism is the foundation of a democracy. And so, as they say, it's government of the people, for the people, and by the people. So it cannot be by the people if the people are not there to make sure that their interest is served all throughout the way. So that's essentially the premise of our strengths. That's where we drew our strength.
Yeah. Interesting. That is very interesting. I want to announce we have Momodo L from Gambia, Lamin Sisi from the United States. We also have another international remittances, Abdul Alaji Kanye. We want to thank you all. And those of you that are sending through the Zelle, we want to thank you all. Juka, any updates on the Zelle? Juka yang madi?
Yeah, Fature ñu ngi laa dégg léegi dañ la wàññi woon tuuti. Sorry, ñu ngi jéem am nga man fana la man xaalis daf ma dee.
Ayo, yo léegi xaaral ma bàyyi la yow si xaalis bi ma dem si Uncle Madi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yo legently, yeah, Uncle Madi. So it's important.
Yes.
Mustafa and Mimfoteng, Kumaya Tabake. I think this is the first time we're doing something like this because for me, and I think if we should be bold enough to do this, because I remember having Tolowato stars Kirfatu, right? Na editor California, announce stars stuff. I know it's gonna look like I'm trying to ask people for money. But at some point, see them go, look, yes, because I'm working for the people. Because we endeavor all the time, and that comes with a lot of stress, especially I don't know, impatience, I don't know how you do all of this. And for being Kamolje, especially people from Gambia, for me, that is really standing out. No more dolje, dalasi tang dolbe muankel. It's no more dolje $3 I will drum. Yalma na walk mayata. Amari ajeko wo $3 so. Wo be fende la fala Republic la do koto. And wokum matter these small donors. And in Gamin Beji, $1,000 is on 2,000, $50 is 500, $50 is $25 jana, up to 10,000 and more. Woda mamin tani wolonko Mustafa nyolo do ko la Gambia no le appreciate le. Because Nima appreciate tenum bi tenilo nyasutola. Wokum matter nyadi le puru Gambia no be fangoje do ko ekonomia lonko Republic ba keka.
Yeah, coming.
Uncle episode. Yeah.
Janim brother Madiana, can you list up like Kanye out of Spain for $5,000 about Wavela account on Yukono?
Abla Kanye, yes, I think I just saw it. Yes, Abla Kanye.
All right, okay.
And somebody just sold me 300. My people are doing amazing. Yeah. Uncle MB. So Usman Cisse just sold $300. Oh my God. Juga from the Niduma Sen Moro.
No, we have to beat Juga. We have to beat Juga. Juga is a very, very
Juga from the Niduma Sen Moro. So man passing at $1,000 for my neck and he's Zelle direct. So thank you so much, Usman. Thank you so much.
Okay, Fature. ñu ngi ut fii de man maa ngi both side maa ngi fii maa ngi TikTok tamit man maa ngi fii maa ngi TikTok léegi tey ñu em
Fature su fekkee ne yéen a ngi lifin ganga pon juka nag yo suma jëkkër kooku sax dinaa ko fasete maa ngi dem si juka bon su dee na da ngeen di ganga pon if you ganga pon juka we are leaving ya thank you atondi maa ngi listening te be baltu la jaay
man maa juka la maam Lisa man maa juka la tey man maa juka la
anti tukulóor man maa ngi both side nag fi mu nekk nii ñu ngi ut TikTok tamit
man gis nga Fature kay moo la dara Fature, let me tell you something. Yajele GDF wato. GDF wato nka busy le no bari bimbe busy le nembe diamond tempo on messenger nkata gelto because people are messaging left and right. So I'm gonna be on mute because I have to go send the links to people on my messenger.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
To be honest with you, best cooking pole. I told me the Gambia. And Fature and left and yimpolan kana kumbo kariala do. But I'm very nostalgic about the people that are on the ground because coalition 2016 wa tolu ntoli afenkene because ngajele ko batata Gambia le so wo wato ntolu mbuka ko do nyini Gambia nol fama buli mini alon ko dia on the ground so this time around because ntol bala fata andun Gambia nol bila Gambia no batata dan birin ya jambe bom mol fa kam bali balu ko le ata bi katambi birin tol be fundraising na GDF ye so sai nintega Talibeh jay fenko ke Gambia doron te hinyajo la ko suruntu nyato because nga follow ko so there is hope for Gambia after all because nsita jananko Gambia no be steering a publication ibela kodol dun intel yalon Gambia dimite nyame. Right now we have more people on the ground donating than tol mimbe banta. Nimte nyaje doron te nyaje lo ka Talibeh na ka grupo ko na doron nde nyaje so soronto. So I told mimbe Gambia left after ko you have given me hope. Ka Talibeh minna ting. Ntol babata amin na mbato le mbake ka tol le baral tol le fango sita. Surwal ka fi ka mempo ko. Ntimbal na cha feka lo hoborom. Al tol ya tangin tel le kalbal fango le mako e kan. Kom madia fo jamen tel be mimbe sirinja. Make Republic ye, make Mustafa mbake kan Gambia le. So I told me be Gambia albanyin kolor kila. Hani $100 inte ka fengo fenje drong, inte baro bela kabor. Nka vole he because ndolo wa ben tel bulle bar al tolo amanya na tar lal tel bulle andal sita al katan din tol lako ntol dam matante nyin tal tel de tamanyin tal nimbar.
And Kangaje Karamba Seferokisako, a lady has played 2,000. Her husband will pay through Wave in the Gambia. Thank you so much, Uncle Karamba. Karamba Fanang, has played 5,000 and he's mobilizing at least 10 people from his friends list to also play. Thank you so much, Karamba. We really appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Madia.
Yeah, Mr. Paya Fala Kumokono, for Yaitandi Mole Bemenkeka. Yeah, and I think that has been evident, and I was trying to and coming Nimko investigative journalism Munea Sabu about a mintola kata mintole. And so that Mustafa Dokoji be in investigative journalism Janimbe Putala be reported about these looted assets. Come a fire for Yaming and man can back at a kanun kaole sabatinde. Investigative journalism wale kututeno Gambia than any other thing yet. Yeah. Because bring in change keta. The first time you more Samba court is this Dr. Banja case. Another among investigative journalism in the federal water. And apply a penny appeal situation of Munketa for Labang at Abanta court, even though Membe Yanda Kalaje Manakije. All right. Now, Muna Kumayandi, Wolam Ko, the national Meo Kumayandi is that among investigative journalists don't do that, but even human rights organizations, for example, Ngame Mustafa Bafokan, if you look at say Amnesty International, all right, and in organization of Melboko Onya, your policy sort of a gift policy or donation policy. Member la ibe donation sort of Jumale Bulu, Batala Jumale Bulu, Warante Tatala Jumale Bulu. Because in independent journalism, investigative journalism, Abelori Menka want independence. Yeah, independence. So that ye independent. And so promote ye independent. Mun tungkun le biye malo ke be independent la. Yeah, so that ibe menke sake no and kute lo le nyato it kute kale no la ite ku mira no la ite mo jibe no la ite fen jibe la bot ko I may sabun de pure lo nyin silo kaye investigative journalism ke pour to nyani lankena morning konti boro le sodon yow ka nyama. Now what nandi bundal melboko republic o coming Amnesty International sifal ikaya itandiko ite fentala mo sifa dolu bulu o bunda sifa dolu bulu warante be alanko at the end of the day ila independence mina nasila le abitale because ni politician ni company ni government ani modul ka kodo dila ka makoro dila it cannot have pressure kono because o marinyol ibe involving idabula ta cool kono me alonko ilafta ka mabo jama kanaje because abeni luanta yani tilimbali alom so that near the looted asset story in jibe ibaje la ko mo jamane dabje mel manke just officials nyolti mol bi mel individual ma kensongolom orante business sol lomiti yaje but politician lom but ibe ku kono me alon ko man la fi ay lankena ma because ibe men kono manke silata ni loi mantanyola. All right, so ni fen soton wo mo sifal bulu akana laba wolti warante nikata bundati malon ko be depending even advertisers ñul le kam ikaje ko advertisers ñul isina yela advertisement stop
Yep.
yaje ni be digiring government le kan because what advertisement si bono government bulle si bono private business bulle yaje so ibayela ko ibe menkela laban abe kale no na bayri wo advertisers ñol bayta ni la ko de ñeñin silo muta ndel na advertisement ba bondile bulle ha but fanang because melka found dealer ini bita relationship la sotonna and wol sikeno political entities la nyaaw nyanding commercial entities or other social relationships and so on so that in the end relationship nyakono jibe kol minale so bayla ko ina independence be nyanta sotonna ila integrity pour la reporting ke anyama o kana nasile because iman la fi relationship ñole tinya alright iman la fi ko mari ñol safo ko ibe itole kuyaka warante be la hajola tinya kan o kuma sifa me alo ka fo Gambia fo laba molbu ka tonya fo no ñoy you see so that is why bundal melbo ko the republic sulata makoro la jama ñing makor nya sifa mole subscribe la website to ko zolte ka subscription fee kije so that ni subscribe te ka kodojo saje mole ka subscribe hana tari mantre be men karanke I mean men sa feke mantra karana but coming me subscribe kam pour kaje ko da nyimbunda ay lo ay tama ay continue
I continue.
You know, molbe
Madam Batu, go ahead. After nga yindol announce
yeah. So I mean, no more point emphasize kan I mean, donation CFAL thing. So that don't be able, and I make a subscription master J, for example, Nimo, okay. But then coming in CFAL, more killing now, Melba City, la Swokono, ebe Bangkok, ebe down and ye Lando Soton, ye Lafino Soton Kajako, Tonyaning, dealing with Sabati, Lankana morning, Contibo, Sabati, I Soton, Kume Alonko, Mena Alonko, ebe Searing, mol kang you know dulalto ibe ko mabola mol ma wo ko le funti banda iko ko kan dron mbe macro futan la republic so that banko kan telewnin to nyaay sabati that is why men kana $5 ban $10 $20 akumata packet because wo kami gafata ben dron yin kafung you know yin juruma demanding wala kana mountain lo
jamaba hade
wala kala fa ke ido jurma bati so butung molbe menna kumata le be menna dron ibe republic la independence ibole babandika ibatna la ila taro ka tar sabati bera doko kan o doko e continue molbe ole bambandika yaje
molbe ole bambandika o kumata ba
mole continue ka contribution of b ani wato wati kaje ko nyimbunda ta lura ta tamara
I continue. Thank you so much, Uncle Madi. Uncle MB, the Colorado guy, Zelle Natale, the guy from Colorado, $50. Of course, my brother Pata PJ also came through. Thank you so much, Pata. Thank you. Today I'm calling him Uncle. Today I'm calling him Uncle Pata. Thank you so much, Uncle Pata. Thank you so much.
Hey, Fature, Pata.
Pata, my uncle.
Auntie Tukulor, you should be here. Auntie Tukulor, you get collect a lot of money.
Okay, man, film ne kan yenda xam nga de ki suma jabat la won.
Lamin Jata dugal na fum dugal yenda ñun. Lamin Jata suma brother.
Lamin Jata mo ngi ni dugal na.
Lamin Jata suma brother la man.
Lamin Jata Atlanta.
Wow.
Suma uncle la di.
Suma brother. Brother dafa jege, uncle dafa sori. Man la
jela jona Lamin Jata Pata ñew na. Suma darling duga sina legi o Demba Balde duga sina suma darling.
Aisha mo ñoo donné ñun Aisha
suma sister la Aisha mo suma VIP sister ñepp xam né lolu
fake news suma Aisha ci boss
you may dem mom tam duga ci bala ma announcement that I have here. This na people are coming. Mariam si ñew na donate na mu don Mariam, this na Momodu L donate na Momodu Lamin Sise from the US, donate na Alaji Kani, Buya J, donate na, and we also have Babu Karuada donate from the US, $20,000 on the Zelle. We have Wandifa El Sane from the US donate na. We have Fatumata Wuri Jalo from the US donate na. Thank you, Fatmata. Madi C from Gambia donate na. And we have, yes, Mariam C. Mariam, thank you so much, Mariam. Appreciate. So we have my brother Pata PJ and Uncle MB's friend from Colorado also. Nyom nyep donate na. Demba, welcome to this broadcast.
Thank you,
How is my
Father.
sister doing? How is my sister doing?
She's doing good. I am going to tell you her contribution. I had sent mine directly to Mustafa. When this whole thing
Okay.
happened, I was trolling everybody. I'm like, you gotta donate to this thing. So thank you guys for doing this.
Thank
You
you.
know, I've been calling for this. This is incredible. Brother Madi, good to see you there.
Good to see you too.
Juka, and Tukulor, good to see all of you. You know, all the brigades are on.
This feels like GDF, Demba, doesn't it? It feels like GDF.
This is incredible. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. So proud of all of you. And again, our strength, as I always say, lies on our numbers. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, when we come together, the little that we contribute is what is going to bring the change. You know,
Yeah.
Fatu, always you hear the public saying, you know, he's a journalist, he's supposed to be independent. Let's hold journalists accountable, right? I mean,
Yes.
this is how you hold journalists accountable, by putting your money where your mouth is. You know, by
Yes.
supporting them. Then if they don't do right, then you can go after them. But every time you see people sitting down and saying, oh, you're a journalist, you're supposed to do this, you're supposed to do that. As Madi mentioned earlier, journalists and activists are really people that are never elected into office, but everybody holds them accountable, right? So how do we make sure that they do the right job, they do the correct thing in the Gambia? This is what we need. We need to support. I mean, Gambia is ours. Okay,
Yeah.
we either decide to sit down and be talking about it all the time, or do something about it. Yeah, and people are doing something about it. So I'm gonna sell you $100 on behalf of the first lady, and I have sent
Thank you.
already to, and it's going through you. So Juka, sorry, I should have sent it to your group. Why
Thank you.
be more
Thank you.
be madam be more win, right?
Okay, definitely. Be more
Well,
boss, more boss lad. Thank you so
thank you
much,
so
Demba.
much.
We really
Keep
appreciate.
it up.
Thank you so much for your support.
Keep it
We
up,
really
Fado. Keep
appreciate
your
it.
head high.
Thank
We
you.
support all
Thank
of you.
you.
We call on
Thank you
all
so
our
much.
friends and our brothers out there to donate. Really come here and
Yeah.
donate. $10, $5, $20, whatever you can get in, please get it in. We need to work on our country. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Brother Madi,
Thank you
good to
so
see
much,
you,
Demba.
brother.
Demba,
Thank you so
great.
much, Demba.
But Demba is a
Yeah.
doer. Yes.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I must say, even for Edward Francis Moore Center, Demba is a great supporter. Yes.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
provided us a laptop, and
Mm.
amazing work. So Demba's mouth and heart is in the right place, and his hands are in the
Yeah.
right place. I mean, I have no doubts about his commitment. Definitely. Yeah. We need to acknowledge it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Demba, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brother Mari. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
Thank you
Keep
so much,
up the good
Juga
work.
Demba. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Next fundraising is going to be Edward
Yeah.
Francis Moore.
Yes,
We got to
definitely.
come to do fine.
This
No,
point. This is what
no,
we have
no,
to do. We
no,
have to
no.
make sure that we are all,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's empower the Republic and the investigative journalists.
Absolutely.
If Small
Absolutely.
is here to take the work of investigative journalists to the next step. When
Absolutely.
investigative journalists do their work, they provide us the resources.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
and again, let me say this: the importance of investigative journalism. When they do their work, they provide citizens now information, all right,
Yes.
and information that goes to do a lot of things, even influencing how citizens vote, because
Yes.
citizens would know.
Yes.
Investigative journalism reports, they generate grassroots activism.
Yeah.
Okay, we saw Gala emerge spontaneously. I'm sure the day before, April 30, the report came out. All right.
Yeah.
April 29, I am sure the Gala members were not meeting.
Right.
Yep.
The idea of Gala did not exist.
Yep.
So, but the moment the report came out, a grassroots activism emerged spontaneously.
Yes.
That is the power of investigative journalism. So it also builds community awareness. Today, the most talked about conversation in the Gambia is corruption.
Yes.
And immediately, because of the Republic's report, the single issue that have
Madi,
all
let me
Gambians on the
clarify.
same.
Madi, let me clarify something. So when I was saying that somebody sent us $20,000, a slip of tongue, I said $20,000, and I saw somebody wrote on Facebook asking if it was $20,000. No, let me clarify this. It's Babu Karwada, $20,625. It was a slip of the tongue. It's dollars, it's not
Hey,
dollars. Thank you
we'll
so
take
much.
$20,000. Anybody out there
Yeah,
who's willing to donate
we will take that. We
$20,000?
will take that, but it's
I will take that,
$20,000. Yes,
yes.
yes.
So
Yeah,
so
go
far,
ahead.
I wanted to add.
Uh-huh. Go ahead.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah. So investigative journalism, the effect, the impact of the Republic's report, it has brought all shades of Gambians for the first time around a single issue on which we all agreed. No to Alliance, APRC 102, NPP, UDP, journalists, activists, imams, priests, men and women. It has become the single most rallying platform.
Yes.
In the Gambia. Gambians have disputed, but antagonized, polarized themselves on all issues. But immediately this report came out, we saw all Gambians on one camp. Even myself, I was in the same camp with APRC and No to Alliance. Can you imagine?
Yep.
So that shows you the power of investigative journalism, because it helps to create a more engaged, a more aware, and a more active population. And we are seeing that evidence. So this is why it is important we support the Republic and our investigative journalists. And EF Small Center, I can assure you, our job would always be to add value. That is to take their work to another level. Because when investigative journalists do a report, it should trigger action in the parliament. It should trigger action in the executive. It should trigger action in the judiciary. It should trigger action in the mosque, in the church. It should trigger action in the home, in the street. It should trigger action, in the boardroom.
Yeah.
All right, everywhere. And that is what I want to tell Gambians. Let us carry the work of investigative journalists to the next step. They do their work. They have fulfilled their quota, their contribution. It is now our role. They fulfill their role. It is now our role to take it to another level. So look at the report. When it came out, somebody mentioned here the sand mining. Immediately we saw an environmental activist group convene a press conference and come out with a statement to say we are going to deal with this. This is what we expect. So the report that is coming from the Republic, our civil society need to take it up to the next level, to hold it as an accountability tool, to tell government get into action. We saw the parliament convene and said they want to set up a special committee. That is what we expect. But to follow through, to make sure everything falls in line. So I just, my whole being here, I just want to emphasize to Gambians how investigative journalism and the work that Republic is doing is going to the heart of our governance and development and peace and stability and accountability and transparency and the very good that we expect. We hope that we want for the Gambia to be. That is where it is going, and so they are doing us a great service by giving us the tools with their report. So that is the vehicle that you and I need to now sit on and drive it to the destination. So remember, that is what we want to do as
I keep saying
the work of investigative journalists like the Republic.
Absolutely. I keep saying, the Gambians, you don't have to get involved in partisan politics and all that to make a difference in the country. You can support any cause. And Madi, I'm very encouraged that I'm seeing different interest groups in the Gambia coming out and really championing national interest. And this is what we expect. When a society is aware of what their situation is, they come out in different shapes and forms
and form their own groups and then start fighting for a cause, a common cause that we all join. And we have seen it. We've seen some young people coming. I'm really, really very, very optimistic about what's happening in the Gambia. And it's all about, I mean, the media have to keep it up. You guys keep it up. I keep saying government is not going to give you anything that you did not demand for. Government is not going to give you anything that we did not. We need to keep them on their toes, and they need to be accountable to the people. And we are the people, and we have the power. And when we all fight corruption, corruption is going to get minimized in that country or even stopped in that country. Wherever you are, act like a citizen activist. You are a journalist in your own way. Citizen activist. Go ahead. You see something that is wrong, you call it out, you report it out. We have to be brave, and we have to look out for each other as a country and as a people. And the media keep it up. I mean, nobody can intimidate us. Jammeh was not able to shut us down anyway. So nobody can shut us down. So, I mean, the young people, I'm encouraging you are getting leaders now. Let's rally behind those leaders and let's make sure there is change in Gambia, genuine change in Gambia, not in the interest of any other individual group, but in our collective interest. Let's do that, Fatu. Thank you so much. Juka, thank you so much. Fatu, I'll sell you the money for Madam.
Thank you so much. My regards to my big sis. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Demba. Thank you so much. And we want to remind those of you, thank you so much, Amadou Toure. Amadou said he donated through the wave. Thank you, Amadou. We want to thank you all. Those of you who are watching, the donations are coming in slowly. So can we push, let's push. Especially those in the Gambia. I'm really, really energized by those in the Gambia. In the US so far, you're doing amazing. It looks like the US people are really, really doing amazing. The Zelle is 917-520-5249. And the Yonna wallet is 260-4433, 260-4433. And also the wave is 260-4433. Like I said, any amount is appreciated. $50 is $100 is 100 jamalu, 50 jamalu, wala ke wuli kilingoti, wala ke ta wuli fula, wala ke ta wuli saba. And ngaminje wolong Gambia no jama babe donate kanne. And Republic wulu ta Gambia. And no Republic Gambia do kola. Ngani investigative story so min be fale, min ya ko be ketale Mustafa le yake. At this point, ngabira mbengal when it comes to na GPU awards all, any day, anytime, any award na the fana among compete daming aka teleka win wo munati aka dedication or minke. Well, the last time I covering a show, I kept telling people Mustafa the man. Soko ninga kabinda model ka ko yamre ma bribe yamre ma Mustafa bribe ko story dol sa ko alma Mustafa long. Momi along ko ale mi longa kayan talent tol mi along ale musifa me mati. And that is why you just take it and bring the change. And that is why it's important ka nyinsi fa ke ka encourage kala dokulal encourage. So ngaji Gambia no look a contribution o minke wente enkono fa barake because Gambia no le atandile ko tuwawudum ko ntajumbula latol damabul because ndalta wala ndalta minna falingol min bekete jang kol min bekete jang tuwawudum ko le katara banta yem bankroll ye Gambia no bankroll but bi Gambia no le wato wati kaminje wolom Gambia no buka song Gambia no ki dadu contribution to the bankolo photo sign back especially when it comes to financial contribution being a Gambia no minje be donation or dole $50 dole $500 dole $1,000 dole $2,000 molbe sendla from all angles Gambian numbers when well surprise ko tubabu dun ko delta voltal bari ka Gambian ol jebe contribution ol tenting wo mu fenditi mi alon ko nyabo warata ay min tan didro Gambian ol interest in ko mi be keri la banko kan oto wo mu fenditi madi mi alon ko foka encourage bake na nyindi amol kon
Fadu Donya yaje also Funga recognize ko the republic is also vulnerable.
Yes.
Yeah. Because phone ngalong from malong, but the other side men after republic la doko tinyala. If an base scheme can nekaje ibenin doko tinyala nyadile through various ways, and one of the ways momenti wolom ibe dunne kono nyadile so that ye fendila isina may use ka i discredit me alon ko wo fanan keta promote investigative journalism community to modena as donors they look very innocent was hatari dung ibe bokan nam from inside places the mel lafta ka I discredit so that ninka del banku dil nka the republic support thing nka men ke wolom ikaje ko independent front or the republic te bulala situation of kono for labang isita donation received lato
imagine mintar
was seeking a kuti messi discredit why I troubled dila so that menke ka wolom to make the republic self-reliant because the citizens ne alon ko be lokola wolle nata to makaro dila kesem bentu yandi so when you support Mendy Kanting in situation is important. And for the investigative journalism, a meta Gambia me bitilo mendo. Savara diamoto I told for kata for bifang niko samsar be along for ya samsar investigative journalism even at that time ka call lankanama. Yaje jonkunda da fe nyol ba trawale nyol wo category kata fo coming ngafanya for William Dixon Coley at the very beginning yaje but nina rajibe all of those men nata ke wolom and to show the vulnerability in the end either imana support le soton all right inyanta men soton na either financially or morally so
Madi,
that
I have to read this one. Madi, hold on. Madi, I have to announce this. Kadi Baroko, I donated 150 through Zelle to recognize Madi Jobate. Thank you, Madi, for everything that you do for Gambia and Gambians. So sometimes the donation on Mimbe Kanana is not just because of Republic Ladoko, but it more Mimbe in platform moto. Yellow Dula Minke, somebody like Madi, coming for all the time. I tell people, any day Madi Daha activism ladro. Wolune dolbe banda hala journalism la because atele kan tolbe encourage atele ka aka fit din dolla ne aye mbe hanyila modo ka fanya muna tinete ni madi hani madi to tara yake kerfato ngai ko you don't understand. That is a moral booster for me and so many people. When Madi speaks, that gives us a lot of courage, it gives us a lot of support, it gives us a lot of femko. Haniko moben koma le mi alon kon fanan bebe jikirim men I understand. So seeing Khadija to say this means a lot to me and so many people. Thank you, like she said, for everything you do for Gambia and for Gambians. We really appreciate just you coming here. Every time I'm into right now, it's 2 hours from Gambia. It's over 10:30 even damning. But again, wato wati moli kumandi ibinale yera role play in Gambia. We thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kadibaro, for this contribution and to this guy also. Yeah.
It's a duty. So yeah, thanks, Kadi. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Canada financial support, but moral support for the yeah, financial support be independence dealer. Abe tankala melmina purke marsa. All right, abadnan la yellow simflora yeta, and so your society serve, your public serve. All right, that is one. Two, moral support. Ibe reporter member nilantel bo reporter santel be muna kala koto kawasi kambita for minto. And so as I was saying, neaji benga investigative journalist also ne kabiri William Dixon Koli kana for be Mustafato and melbe lorim be. But menkata problemoti is both financial support masura and moral support. So that the reporter bondi at that time reporter melman molia mutaya samba anyanta tara daming bundal melbe lori yeo reporter mutaya samba anyanta tara daming. So in the end or reporter manna tadulato dolbije coming near tix manage be 1988 bray PPP minister accused of corruption samba court. All right. But at that time what happened and nyanda haklut la nyintola because I mean Mustafa be for fending safekam asa fe mel kol mel lankene ma mel da bije ibo ko jibe kanne word for word pour ye kundi nye drong ibe men sikana fit ye bori court ye bori court hani mandari la sotom fam but eta court pour ka mantoro di republic and Mustafa je do court tani now be mu depansoloti yore ke tix man in 1988 samba court even though at the end of the day at a court case new win but 1 year turning now court ala newspaper the touch amanna do ko kanya kala nyamen depanso nyi mendunta court kid court koto birin court banda I win nyanyanding ala newspaper boy afat ate famanna woni ko ani ni toro ate tix mane famanna amanna obaluno kotaki amambe ate famfa. So this is why it is important the ordinary citizens nga financial and material moral support nga di investigative journalist nyon. Imagine ninga such support di nung foroyala ni samsar. You understand? You know, wale investigational melbondi human rights violations. Ahaklo bakan foroya wato disappearance without trace, detention without trail. Ye serious human rights cases nyon bonding haklo bakang foni karuno, you know, gizaja kujabi nyon la fal kita njameng. Yung fraul be bonding nanu. Daja bari. Fo masakunda bunda lombang, fo na civil society lombang, fo banku ding lombang, more man now, more support the cow do ko nyin sika kasamba another level. Yeah. So no temore to thing. And it is encouraging ko ngaje transformation of the Sotronka, a paradigm shift is taking place. Yeah, because ngaje court fundita Republican reported. Dr. Banda case ngojele penny appeal case ngojele ngaje parliamentary action for the first time. And winter because of this report. Ngaje citizens, you know, our youth demonstrating responsibility and leadership on their own. Iwunita to act on Republican report.
Yep.
So that is the moral support I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So until sila banku dun ning Gambia dada amanke the president of Gambia dada or deputy of Gambia dada or government officers of Gambia dada. Gambia din wadi nyanta jela ko nga the constitutional right strong and duty ka Gambia dada. Kaje ko telewnin tonya sabati luwal mebe laring ye noma ay senea do ko men ngamoy brala yake ka jamana fa ye do ko ka nyama sahaya. Now to be able to do that government information dila mola alon ko molnyanta soto na kamol sembe du yande. In fact, a lot of the information about Mabolade. I'm sure the Mustafa for Fatu to get simple information. I call it another interview. I have for access to information act. Now the government found that you create. You bunda law for that. Say luada da lua memfo bankola doku bunda kaso ikabalan ka lua
information odi. Tonya.
Near because it is one na dilela. What mukwete malon ko umanyana kala. But that is the nature of investigative journalism. How you can innovative ways you use, strategies you use, kata information or bondinang, I andabora dame ka lokti so that funding dinang mole yaje ya lankenema mole yaje. No work odoko do manke do kufema because odoko e menyininka tani nabije. Ibita office to ibe telephone call kela what do shoota bakatan I mean ibe analysis kala be sila ye cool analyze information ya soton because you see information boto ya soton si kilio be jaba kase fata woto kalon nyin cool be nakin ta nyola nyadi le yaje mun dalila be jil koma and so on and so forth. So investigative journalism manke dogu femat. So I mean because ko public records no ko so malon ko ye banne kadi ferol mebo brand la je joral melbo use la pour ko so no wolye wato la nyininka wolye dépense la nyininka wolye munyo la nyininka wolye wakiloning nyima ko la nyininka melon ka fumatale. So more ka report menje banda ku menketa kuoto you see that in combe investigative journalism la story for sata investigative journalism melon ko investigative journalism all found mel sita yamata because la doko sita ye heart attack soton sita ye kurang soton je because is sita mansino no. Ibe hajili suba ke pureta kuno manyanda men normal.
Yeah.
Investigative journalism in the world near a story normal. Ibo story cases new
Tifa, yeah.
So at the end of the day, they'll come menje final men nata. That is why nyanta moral support dealer will report all la leng yesamba nyanta futala damage.
Yeah. Okay, you wanted to comment?
Yeah. Maybe
Go
I nyanta ke Mustafa fa yamar da kati akana dang mburu jaro ni mbota do modron na ni akari balu fanam because imagine jana jikana how you fa buka do moro keno. Miro bela fe bukan domoro kino. Iba kata kan ka call understand. Fola bay bukan na domoro na time. Hade na may bukan.
Time also to. I know.
So ni demu kudi melon ko del gambe di nyanta o josa inale.
Yeah.
Through our financial and moral support.
Support. Yeah. That's true.
In the investigative journalist do ko mbuka chahana.
Yeah.
Because nga abota dama manga kufemati.
So Kufemante. Uncle Emmy, you wanted to come in?
Yeah. Fadu, I just want to comment. Puruka senke Madila Kumo Bambandi. Niajube Brini Mustafa be interview the other day. I think there was about 2.7, Fenko, 2,700 people viewing at one point just on the Fenko. And I'm sure the same people of Fenko. So I just want to talk to the people, Mele Alonko. They're watching this show right now and they have not donated yet.
Yeah.
Ndebe Los Angeles Journey, public radio right now, Donald Trump have cut some of their funding. And daily, every day, public radio, NPR, a fundraising for Americans to chip in. And you hear how people are chipping in because they want to, protect our democracy. They want to make sure that public radio does not stop. They want to make sure, and we have all these stories of people contributing how important public radio is to them. So, the people that are listening that have yet to donate, I want them to stop for a moment and understand that when that article came, and when Fado Network is on, and when Mahdi steps out and starts talking about justice, truth, and protecting people, that in itself, until we need to support these people because these people are actually representing us when we're not on the ground. I always tell people that the reason that I like to support these people because I believe that people are back home taking care of my country for me whilst I am able to stay in the United States and take care of my wealth and get good jobs. So the people that are listening now need to understand there's also a responsibility on us because journalism alla responsibility benyame. Even if you have a bad interview with people tell you bad interview, you're not asking the right questions, people attack you. And I think people that are listening, this is our turn to hold ourselves responsible and say, listen, we hold these people responsible. When Mari doesn't speak, all of a sudden he speaks a lot. When he doesn't speak, then people question, oh, Mari, have they bought you? Is that why you're not talking about it? Why you're not consistent? But when Mari also get threatened by the government, I know Mari has gotten used to it, but he loses a sense of security. He loses sleep over it. Family stresses over it. And we need to look at all of these things that these people are going through, what the Republic is going through, what the media houses are going through. And it is our obligation that we do something. And I'm urging everybody, but at least donate something. There is Zelle, there is Wave, and all this wallet stuff. And you can sell it to people that you trust. If you don't want to have your name out there, you can send it to people that you trust, like the lady in Colorado did. We can forward it to you guys. So, left the pledge the world there. Pick up the phone and donate something. That is all we're asking for. Pick up the phone.
Thank you. Go ahead.
But it's very, very important. And sometimes we have to look at this is not just a fundraiser. This is about protecting our voices. This is about strengthening that voice. It is about supporting something that we don't want to die because BBB, Ninker Fadu Mantra Online, those shows, Bantabala shows, men can tell entertain, is gone. When Madi is not there to speak for us and then we go ahead and add volume to what he is saying, then we're going to be missing something in our lives too. So this is not only about democracy, it is a part of our daily lives that we're trying to protect here. So I really urge everybody to really do something today and not wait until tomorrow, because these people need this money today, right now, and not tomorrow.
Right now, and not tomorrow. Thank you very much, Uncle MB. We want to thank Bakari Ba on Facebook. Bakari sent us a donation through Wave. Thank you, Bakari. We really appreciate. Ibrahim J from the Gambia. Thank you so much. Manding Marina from the United Kingdom. Thank you. Momodu LC from the Gambia. Bakari B from the Gambia. Aliu B and also from the Gambia, Binta S from the Gambia. Gambian people are doing amazing. And of course, Famara Fofana also from the UK. Thank you so much to all of these people who just sent this wave. Come to wave beslori nani Yonna ning beslori right now. I think the wave number is 260 260. What is it again? Let me see. The Yonna wallet is 260 4433 260 4433. That is the Yonna wallet. The wave is 260 4433. If you are outside the Gambia, the name on it is Talibeh Hydara. And of course, the Zelle is 917 520 5249 917 520 5249. Thank you so much. And of course, Demba Balde just zelled $100 on behalf of my big sis Aissatou Balde. Thank you so much to the Baldes. We really appreciate your continued support. Thank you so much. Tukulor.
So Aminata Ba, Germany, atafanang ay €100 dundi fenko nyinto Republic la linko nyin mimbe chat nyin kono Aminata
PayPal.
Ba,
Okay.
Germany.
Aminata Ba.
Yes.
Okay.
So ate €100 keje ha. Abarak.
Thank you so much, Aminata. Thank you so much, Aminata Ba. Juka ananga anawa TikTok Juka anaka TikTok bi. Ana Juka.
Fatu.
She's mute.
Fatu. TikTok hola. I'm not como egal legi du Gambian sade. Why daf ma dey follow ma ko follow. Dama ko egal fu mu joxe Alice.
Déedéet Juka man dama gis sa loxo yi ba ne Juka moom Juka nekkul si beneen ligue la nekk nekkul fii yëpp.
Hola ñu ngi collect laa la wax ñu ngi collect ñun collect rek lañ fi nekkee bu wax dara. Te rek ngeen kontaan.
Kon baax
te wala kenn ku mag gi te gaa yi jàllee.
No, and people are doing amazing. Honestly, I could not believe, the response is amazing. Gambia leading back, and this makes us so proud that we're trying to fund our own, because we all like if you do quality job, every media house does see they benefit. This report that the Republic did, report be Ben Media House the Gambia nekut ko muna ignore. So ko buga ignore someone loko ignore. Because the fanek the news of the day. At some point, member I could bobo the news be. Didn't come to report because it's what is trending. So at some point, you nip the fadef swing ligay, the new gena john ligay. It made us all to go start looking for and something Mustafa Wana ko kirabim doing the interview with Munema. This is just the beginning. We looked at the conflict of interest area. As we speak, guy you don't them one of them kanila at the other side visit to do more, because now more people want to speak to them because more people know more, and then this on. They have more to do because ben aspect they want no. And I think that is important. Mustafa, you was talking about, covering an interview, you spoke to me about how this is just the beginning. I think it's important for people to understand, because even during the interview, somebody said to me, I thought Mustafa was going to do more. But I could not, because he had already told us that he was doing more. So there was a limit to what he could have said on the interview. He only spoke about what the story uncovered. But what is next, and of course, and also later on, we will also talk about the investigative, the inquiry that the National Assembly is doing. Because we spoke yesterday, and you told me something that I didn't even know. Because me and so many other people thought it's just the National Assembly members who are doing this inquiry. But in fact, you are telling me it's not. This is like a commission. So I think it will be interesting, Mustafa, to look at that angle, what you're doing next for the assets recovery, but also what is happening, at the National Assembly. We should look at that also. I think let's look at that. Why is Juka collect more money
Yeah,
from
and I
TikTok for
wanna
us? Go ahead.
say this for a few seconds, like before we continue
Yeah, go
collecting
ahead.
money.
Go ahead. Yeah.
We called a lot of people outside of TikTok. They don't follow Gambian affairs, right? But
Yeah.
they are Gambians and you see diaspora. And when we call them, all we had to say is ne moy asset si jame yi nga xamne mom la gaay labulanta legi journalist yi nga xamne mom moko feñal ki platform bi ko la ñu raisal phone, and all of them knows right away who we are talking about and what we are talking
Yep.
about. I mean, like literally, we call a lot of people, they do not follow. They are not part of social media that much, or they gisundal what's happening that much. Why, for some reason, this is a story. Definitely, it has taken Gambians by storm, and every single Gambian is interested to know more about Linga Hamne Momo Hell Aklim report.
Yeah.
I just wanted to share
Yeah.
that. So thank you.
Thank you so
We
much,
will continue.
Juka Mustafa.
Okay. We'll be back.
We'll get back. Dinañ dellu si yow si kanam tuuti. Okay, Mustafa, thank you. Go ahead.
I was here thinking, I don't know what the people thought we could do. I mean, with all the confidence that people had in the process and in the republic, it's though as though we are doing something extraterrestrial. I mean, it's something out of the world. I mean, it's insane. I mean, it's something I've never seen in the Gambia before. I know we have been receiving support. Well, usually the kind of supports we have are from the usual suspects, like the everyday activists, the everyday people in the Gambia, the everyday folks in the social media, not not in the, not people sending us $50, and I mean somebody is sending you $50. Probably that $50 is something you wanted to spend on bread. That's how important it is to people. So you could see that more the idea that Gambian people are not educated, they are not aware, they are not interested in good governance is ridiculous. If they are not, I mean, look at the kind of, you see somebody was sending us $25 yesterday. Talib told me, in fact, the highest number of donation Talib received yesterday on his wave, he was telling me, was 500 and 400. Only two people donated somewhere around 2,000 or 3,000. The rest is 400, 25, $50, 70. And I mean, so it tells you the kind of interest people have in their own affairs. And so it's overwhelming. I mean, I don't know if we would be able to live to that kind of expectation. But on the sides, I mean, I think that what it shows is that the people, Gambia does not have an interest problem in governance. What it has is leadership problem. So I mean, look at this kind of interest. I mean, it's overwhelming, and it's not new. While this may be new to the republic, but it's not new. This is what Gambians have done all throughout since 2016, funding their own politics. This is what they've done. In terms of politics, this is not new. This is what they do to fund their own politics. It's just that they fund people to power, and the people want to do things that totally different from what they promised them. But in any case, we are grateful for this kind of confidence and public trust. And so with regards to us, I mean, we are a news platform, which means that we have different things we are looking into other than Jammeh's assets. But like I said, for all of our people, Jammeh's asset has been an interest for us since last year. If you would check, we published our fourth story on the sale of Jammeh's livestock. This was back in March 2024. And that is something we are revisiting because there are a lot of things that are involved in Jammeh's livestock that nobody knows about. And until now, there is no clarity over that. You could see that we did a story on the sale of the state aircraft and the one that was left in Berlin in Germany. and that's the sixth one. And we revisited that same issue in the recent third story we published. So this story we just published is the third story. Of course, the longest also, because it contains a lot of different things. So all those are issues, but there are other subject areas we are looking into. So for example, you see, we did a recent story on mining, on black sand mining, and all those are issues of significant public interest. What I think is recently very encouraging, and this is not because of the Republic, I think whatever is happening in the Gambia needs to be watched closely, because you could see for the first time the kind of keen interest that the civil society is having on media publication wasn't here before. I don't know whether that could be attributed, and probably partly, or if not much, largely attributed to Mahdi's organization's establishment, because they talk about literally everything.
Yeah.
That's very new to society practice in the Gambia. The civil society practice in the Gambia is the usual everyday workshop, usual everyday ticking the box kind of thing, usual everyday we are government and us are partners kind of sentiment. And but taking the fight literally to the government for transparency, for accountability, I think that is what is changing. I don't think journalism is what is changing. I think that since 2020, or even before 2020, since 2018, I mean, we've done a number of stories, whether at Kerfatu or later on at Malagan and now at the Republic, which were very much about accountability. Even though at some point there are some actions on one or two things, but there has never been anything like this recent one.
No.
So you could see it's not just because this is a subject of bipartisan interest, it's a subject of a mutual interest for all Gambians. I mean, regardless of their political affiliations. But it's also because the young people stood their ground and made sure that nobody was able to cover it up, because the state had already attempted to not say anything. So you could see the first press release that was issued by the Ministry of Justice was to say that nothing happened, the Jana Commission, everything was above board. Then sale happened, the sale, you know what I mean? And but when the young people took to the street and they compelled the state to itself publish some of the sales report, and when the president himself saw those reports, I mean, regardless of whether he saw it before or not, that's irrelevant. But the matter of the fact is that when this report became public, even the president realized that this is not something I could defend in public. That is why he backed up. That's why he went back to speak a different language. So you could see there's public defense of journalism. And public defense of journalism is not just important because journalists themselves are important. It's important because it also shows the kind of awareness, the kind of citizen awakening that we've been waiting for. That's what we've got now. It's the kind of awakening that the kind of awakening that I said democracy, that I said to mean democracy begins after election. Because people are now realizing that we don't have to go elect a president and go home and sit. We have to elect a president and make sure he does what we want him to do. That's what democracy is. It's electing a president and getting him to do what you want him to do. It's not electing him the president and go home and sleep. And so, and that's what's important. And with regards to access to information in the Gambia, we've seen it. I mean, just to give you an example, in the last 4 months, we have filed nothing less than 15 ATI requests. Only three were honored with dignity. And I said with dignity because only 3 were honored without follow-ups, without discomfort. And we didn't get to file complaint before the commission for all of these 3, but I think we might have filed complaint for at least 5 or 6. None of them are addressed until now.
Wow.
Yeah, all the orders, even the 3 that were addressed, 2 of the institutions, one of the institutions, which is Ministry of Trade, refused to initially budge. Then they claimed this was a third-party information. We wrote to them to say on the position of law through a lawyer that this is not third-party information. So when we spell out everything, I think they realized they were wrong and they couldn't defend it. So they gave us the information. One of the institutions, GPPA, actually called us to a meeting to ask us why we were asking for the information. And access to information law says clearly, I don't need a reason. So you could see, even after a year or more after file, in fact, it's not a year. The access to information law came into being in 2021. We are still struggling to have it, to have the authorities respect it. And so, and I can tell you, the Access to Information Commission is struggling, even with funding. They are ignored completely. They are struggling. They are frustrated. They wouldn't say this in public because they are government institutions seeing themselves to be working within the structures. But we being people, I mean, the Republic, we probably might have made more requests than any other organization. We interface with them a number of times and they speak about their frustrations. So the citizens need to be, so one, it's not just enough for us to have an accountable media, a fearless journalism that holds the authorities to account. It's not just enough to also have a fearless civil society that holds the media, that holds the government to account. But we need to also have a fearless citizenry, or regardless of any other color to it. It doesn't matter whether it's a fearless or not. We need to have a citizen. And a citizen is a person who recognizes that government is his investment and that investment needs protecting. It's like when you are a shareholder, you have to attend a shareholder meeting. And if there is a mess going on, you have to address it. And so that a citizen is a shareholder in a company, and a company is the government, is the country, and so, and it's a breath of fresh air to see how interested the public seems to be in their own affairs. And it's overwhelming.
It is. It is. And briefly, let's tell us briefly about this inquiry that is happening at the assembly. Because I think Tolmo Jamal, because you see a lot of people saying, I don't have faith in the assembly. But for me, but yesterday, I remember we were having this conversation. You were telling me, how it's not just them. They are just like members of the panel, but there's people behind who are really, really doing the work, interviewing people and stuff like that. Tell us a little about that also.
Yeah, so the parliament, the parliament has done a number of inquiries before, and they've learned. I would want to believe that they've learned. They've learned that there were shortfalls in some of those inquiries. We have seen what happened to a number of the inquiries that the parliament has done before. A number of them sometimes didn't go. It lacks the depth that it needs to have. Some of the issues are not treated to the satisfaction of the general public. And so this particular model, they are trying to use the parliamentary staff to do the on-the-ground investigative work, sort of, not just to sit and hold public hearings. So, for example, you know how commissions operate. Commissions have their own investigation unit. These guys are not having an investigation unit, but they have parliamentary staff who are diligent. These are some of the best young boys we have around. You can check a list of the parliamentary staff who are working with this special committee. They're very diligent young people, and these are folks who will be doing, they will be following up on leads, they will be seeking a lot of documents, they will be crunching the numbers, they will be doing analysis for the lawmakers, they will be doing a lot of supportive work for the commission. And these are not people with political consideration, you know. Of course, ultimately the decision rests with the members. But the fact that we have this kind of young people there also is very important, and it shows that that this probably could result into something different from anything we have seen in the past. And you know, there are some of the members also we know, even if the greater member of the committee wants to do something funny, we know there are members on that committee who would stand their ground. I mean, there are people there with very strong track record of holding the government to account. And, you know, so I have complete faith in the parliament, but that is not to say that the citizens should just go home, you know. No, the people who are on the street, stay there and make sure that everything that needs to be done is done. Because if anything we have seen, if anything, if there's any fact that at least we Gambians know, is that government never speaks the truth. Government never does the right thing. There is no such thing called a good government or a transparent government. It's government is what the citizens make it to do. You understand what I mean? It's what the citizens make it to do, you know. Yeah, that it's so, and even in America, government is what the citizens make it to do. So if the citizens say this is what it must do, that's why. So if you look at all the issues that we have had, from 2016 to now, you could see that you know, all the issues that we have had, they could have been addressed. You know, that is why you know, but because there was no public pressure on the government to act in the right way, a lot of the things were either ignored, brushed under the carpet, or things like that. I am aware of tons of investigations that were done in an edited way. By edited way, I mean they cut out some individuals, dribble past some. I mean, so you know, because there's nobody else looking. Some of you would be shocked. Some of the major cases in this country. I mean, the reality is, this is the reality in the Gambia, and I know this, and I can prove it. The reality in the Gambia is that if we have a normal government, and I emphasize this, a normal government in Marina Parade, within 24 hours, it will be shocking what you will see coming out of this country. It will be shocking, because significant amount of Gambians who are blabbing about with wealth have not gotten their wealth in a clean way. A lot of them. You know, you have a lot of back through land allocations, through dirty procurement deals, through, you know, it's unimaginable the amount of billions of dollars that goes to waste. You know, that is mismanaged, that is poorly managed in the Gambia. If you have a government that is interested in accountability, that everybody knows this is the kind of a person, don't waste your time. You cannot bribe him. You will be shocked what will happen in the Gambia. I mean, you will see it. A lot of people are saying a lot of nice things. You know, we've made our money out. We are, you know, I've made enough money. I'm making sacrifices for the government. It's not true. I mean, we will be gullible to believe so. So it's good governance. Yeah, good governance is not in the interest of a lot of powerful people in the Gambia. They may be talking about it, but it's not. And so that is why we are very. I mean, I you know, when Talib reached out to me yesterday about, you know, people donating $40, people donating $70, people donating $25, and I said, this is exactly what you want, because you work for the farmer. The farmer cannot give you 500. He cannot give you 1,000. He cannot give you 2,000. Farmer can give you $50 because that's what the farmer has. Exactly.
That's true.
And so, and because you work for the farmer, and the farmer takes interest in what you do, so it's two things. One, the farmer thinks that you are supporting him, and the farmer also is showing his responsibility as a responsible citizen to be part of supporting himself. So in other words, he supports you to support himself. And that's what a citizen is. So it's incredible what's going on. And that's what I say. That's why I said this is not, it's not, don't give this credit to the Republic or journalists behind the Republic. This is something that is happening deep within the Gambian
society.
And I think if I am a corrupt person, I think I'll be terrified, because there is an awakening in the Gambian mind, and it's I mean, look at it. I mean, when 2016 change was coming, because governance, people changes don't happen in a dramatic way. So when changes happen in a dramatic way, often it's very turbulent. It causes maybe but changes happen and you see signs, So there is sign that Gambians are getting fed up with corruption. People are speaking about it in APRC. People are speaking about it in PP. People are speaking about it in UDP. You wouldn't believe how many people reach out to me from NPP. I mean, staunch supporters of the president who think that we have had enough of corruption and it needs to be tackled head on. Now, whether the president is listening to the song, that's another thing. I mean, he seems to be saying he's listening to the song and he's digesting it appropriately. But of course, we will find out. But I mean, it shows there is an awakening in the Gambia, and I would encourage everybody to remain steadfast. And like I said on my Facebook, democracy is not safe. We have to protect it from our government.
Democracy is not safe. We have to protect it for our government, and that is the collective responsibility of every Gambian. And that is why what we are doing here is very important and a noble cause, because every Gambian is putting their mouth in the work of Republic. We are telling them we support you. We're telling them we stand by you. And Mustafa said this during our interview. When the people came out, it was significant because they protected them. These people are helpless people. They cannot even afford a proper lawyer. But when the people came out and said we demand accountability, the government backed out. The statement changed. Gabriela initial statement, no, everything was okay. We did everything within the law. But Gabriela Mol Fintita, it back out, they murunta back. They know, whoa, we have to know our communication now have to change. They are demanding for this. And that really protected the Republic. And that role alone itself, wala atina be basis of that. So banku dingol lonya be minke come from contributing, and also madi for emotional support, financial support. Woku mayata baleke wala atina be mulbe tentula madi. This is very important. Let me read these numbers quickly and then I'll let you come, Madi. We want to thank Farmer Fofana from the UK, and Omar Manjang, sorry, from the United States. Thank you so much. Ibrahim S from the Gambia, Malik M from the Gambia, Alaji C from the Gambia, Fatu Kijera from the United States, Amadou S from the Gambia, Yusufa C from the Gambia, Bakariba from the United Kingdom, and of course, Tukulor la mol Garsul baby nakan Fenda Dabo from Tukulor la Timo Wolu. And thank you so much. On behalf of Tukulor, thank you so much. And of course, this is also from Collige from the Gambia. This is somebody from Gambia donating up to $5,000. And I want to thank my sister Nena Frida. Nena Johnama Mune on behalf of Manla, $5,000 is Juka. Tey nee na daf la jam fàtte mu suma site 5,000. Thank you so much, nee na Frida Gomez, for that donation. Thank you so much, Madi. Gambian are doing amazing. I am overwhelmed, Madi. Gambian are doing amazing. Yeah.
Well, as Mustafa said, what we lack is leadership, but not, interest. But that interest has to be fed, has to be fueled, and and what fuels it, what strengthens that interest is the investigative journalism. People want to see something they can hold on to, that can move them, inspire them. So, and I think that is what is being demonstrated, and I hope this continues. But two things Mustafa also said that I want to elaborate. You see, he said, governance or democracy is not just elections. Okay, it's the day after elections. You see, some 25 years ago, I guess I was engaged with some Swedish you know politicians and activists, and the Swedish Social Democrats. And in one of the exchanges, they said something that to me, and then I said, "Wow." They said, Madi, Sweden became a democracy some 100 years ago, but they said democracy is not a war; it's a battle. Every day you get up and battle, as Mustafa said, to make government honest. Because if you look at the very setup of government, this was an issue that was raised at the founding of the United States as the first modern democracy in the world, republic in the world. When their founding fathers sat down, the question became, how do we make sure the people we put in government govern accordingly? Because they are men and women, they are mortal human beings. Who is going to make sure they govern? So that concern is there, because apart from all other things, they are human beings. So the whole idea of rule of law emerged, that we set in place in the laws processes and institutions which will ensure accountability, because the governors have to be governed. Somebody has to govern them. So who will watch over the watchmen? Who will police the police? Who will, watch over the president? Who will watch over the National Assembly? So that apart from the people and the journalists and the civil society and everyone else, can we have inbuilt mechanism so that the governors don't overuse their power, so that they restrain themselves? So this concept of rule of law is where it emerged. All right. But then beyond that, and even with that, we see abuse of the rule of law, disregard of the rule of law. So that when these Swedish people, I met them, they told me, we gained independence some 100 years ago, democracy. But we realized that democracy is a daily battle. It's not a war. So it's not like you go to election, we vote, and then we go and sit and fold our arms. He said, every day you get up, fight for freedom, fight for transparency, fight for accountability. You win or lose, go to bed, and then pick up the fight again the next day, and the next day, and the next day, the next month, the next year, all the time. So when they said that, I said to myself, until then, no problem, until the election okay wrong. You hear our politicians say, now that elections is over, politics is over, let us now, it is nation building. There is nothing more ignorant, more dishonest, more misleading than that comment. Politics because election. So that has been our tragedy, so that we sit here going election wrong banta. Then I remember 2017 when this new government came. I was raising issues immediately.
Yeah.
That I see, I don't know. I had people who are well educated, well exposed. They lived in democracies in the West. But Madi, Wait, time the government na sano nyi sita fit iman si follow ibe fese la thing. I remember a good friend of mine, Abe Spain Kako. Okay, so government, how much time should we give to government? According about 2 years, at least 2 years. Yeah, you are mad. 2 years, you want us to sit down and do you know 1 day in
it's a long
is a
time.
long time in the life of a country? 1 day is a long time.
It
Do
is.
you know how much billions can be damaged in 1 day? How many lives can be lost in 1 day? Do you know how much of our future can be wasted in 1 day? So when Mustafa said that, it reminded me of that conversation. And for me, that has driven me ever since to realize that it is not about elections. Because when you look at elections, it never ends. Voting day is a particular day. But before voting day and after voting day to the next voting day is all part of the election. So whatever is happening today is influencing the election that is going to come in 2026. And on and on and on. So I want to emphasize, what is that point he made for us to realize that the building of this country, the protection of democracy, because again, democracy, I've said this many times, the presidents don't build democracy. You don't ever see a president go and demonstrate there is abuse somewhere or corruption somewhere. The IGP, doesn't do that. The parliament, in fact, they create laws to deny you to protest, to criticize. I mean, they create all these laws or go and arrest you for doing that. So the people who should protect democracy is not the president or the IGP or the parliament or the judiciary. The people who protect democracy are citizens. And that lesson, we can see that every day unfolding in countries that we consider to be democracies, long-standing democracies. Every day. Now, the second point I want to highlight is, once again, to emphasize the importance of investigative journalism. And when he said, if we were a normal government, Marina Parade would not be, sitting still right now. They would not be at ease right now.
Yep.
Because of this report. All right. If we were truly a normal country with a normal government. And to bring an analogy, when the Watergate scandal came out in the early 70s, I just want to read to you what happened in the US government and Congress, particularly at that time. All right. In 1973, the US Senate, they established a select committee on presidential campaign activities to investigate campaign activities, all right, related to the presidential election of 1972, the year before. All right. That committee, the Watergate Committee, in their final report, they recommended certain legislative actions. One, provide regulation of campaign activities and contributions. For the first time, we saw regulation guiding campaign activities and regulations. Two, they also established a permanent special prosecutor to address, violations that may appear in that area. And number three, they also created a permanent congressional legal service. The U.S. Congress began to have an in-house legal, outfit to provide legal guidance, legal, support of anything you can imagine. Further, they also made recommendations that led to the creation of other laws. For example, in 1974, the Congress, they amended the Federal Election Campaign Act. So for the first time also, that act, that amendment, they imposed limitations on expenses and contributions. So what political parties, political candidates, how much they can spend for election, but at the same time, what contributions they can receive. Yeah. But further, they went to also, the amendments also made sure that there is regular reporting by election committees, because U.S. election, every state has its election body and so on. All right. And so they went further to establish a process for public financing of presidential nominating conventions and primary elections. So the government funds presidential nominating conventions, because we hear DNC, RNC when they do their conventions. Though how that should be funded also was defined in the law. But further, in 1978, the Congress also passed what they call the Ethics in Government Act. So this act, required financial disclosure by the executive and the judicial, judiciary, and also establish the Office of Government Ethics as an oversight agency, because it is not just law. When corruption happens, or when this report comes out, you hear people mention, they begin to refer to law and process. Due process was followed. You can follow due process. You can follow the law. Compliance does not mean there's no corruption.
Yeah.
So they establish government ethics that, despite you seem to follow the law, but there were manipulations, tiny manipulations that you cannot even know. All right. But after the Watergate investigation also, Congress went further to pass law to strengthen the oversight branch. Oversight. The Parliament or the Congress own oversight powers. And I hope Gambia, when we do this, Looted Assets Committee, when they do their job, I hope they will further look into the oversight powers of the National Assembly in the Constitution, so that they strengthen that. Because apparently, what it looks like, Gambia's Parliament, its oversight powers are still limited, are weak. Yeah. So and part of the thing that came out of that also is that Congress, they revised the Freedom of Information Act of the US, so that the public and the media were provided new ways to access information that is in the hands of the executive branch. So I was involved in the drafting of the Access to Information Act, because it's a GPU and Tango initiative that eventually came to pass. But today, if you give it to me again, knowing what has happened, like Mustafa said, they had sent a dozen or so requests. Edward Francis Moore said that we have sent at least 6 requests or more, and we have not received any response from any one of them, as required by the law. And so when I look at it now, I can see gaps in the ATI Act as it is.
Yeah.
All right. So and lastly, what the Watergate scandal, the investigative journalists done by these reporters, resulted in is what they call the Sunshine Act. In 1976, the US created what they call Sunshine Act. There is a famous US judge called Bryce, who had said that sunshine is the best disinfectant. You fenyal muller is the best disinfectant. So the US government created this law in 1976, the Sunshine Act, that required federal agencies to hold their meetings in public. Federal agencies to hold their meetings in public. In the Gambia here, a lot of our government agencies don't hold their meetings in public. If you go there, they'll tell you, no, you are not a part of this meeting. You are not in this office. You are not a member of this office, and stuff like that. In the National Assembly, we have seen now with the petroleum saga, how they went to say certain testimony should be in camera. Why? And I hope this special committee for these looted assets, they don't come and put any testimony in camera.
Yeah.
There should be no testimony that should be in camera. It should all be public.
It should be public. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I just want to add this to the conversation. But, lastly, to say, and you made that point earlier about the value, the contribution of this report, investigative journalism, to the whole Gambian media. I think what Mustafa has done with the Republic, he has set the standard high. He has always set the standard high. As you narrated earlier, he had won the most awards at the GPU Awards, with Dragon at the time. But, that streak, that trend has continued and maintained until now. So that I think with this particular report now and the reaction it has generated, what we're going to see is that all Gambian journalists, media houses are now challenged to perform, to deliver, to, stretch the limits, to produce their best, to be excellent. And we need that.
We need that.
So this is very significant.
Thank you so much, Uncle Madi. And, we are going to be wrapping in 30 minutes, but I have a target, especially on the wave. I need at least extra 30,000 on the wave, and I need extra $300 to $500 on the Zelle. Please, 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 Uncle Coach Yonna, Uncle Coach.
Uncle Madi is here.
Uncle
So
Coach, Uncle Coach, Uncle Pata, Coach,
Well,
sa Pata sa
you are
Uncle la.
our uncle. You are on our undisputed uncle.
Coach Pata sa Uncle la, Pata daf ma ne. Daf ma
All right.
drive, mu ne naa ko ooyee uncle, su ma ko ooyee uncle dina do nit. Depuis démb maa ko ooyee uncle.
dafa ñàkk jom. That tells you ne jom la amul jom. Why Fatu, thank you so very much for you and your guys putting this thing together. I think this is
Simon Ganda, is it me or Coach is gone? Can you hear Coach?
No, I can't hear him.
No,
either.
I think he's gone. He's gone. He's gonna come back. I think he's gone. I just want to say thank you so much, Karamba. We just received Karamba's Zelle to Talib's. Thank you so much, Karamba Ture. We really appreciate this. We really, really appreciate the support. Thank you so much, Karamba. Tukulo.
Nte fere ila fen koñing ila target on lafta e wala repeat so that ngata fo mole ko ila lafta tade lalale. So give me the target.
At least left the extra 30,000 on the wave, and then wave and Yonna combined. If I have extra 30,000, I'll be fine. And then Zelle left at least $500 let Zelle. Ningo also though I think I'm close to my target for tonight. So I need extra $500 on Zelle. 500 Zelle, and then extra 30,000 for Yonna wallet and the wave, please.
So 30,000 for Yonna wallet and wave. Okay,
yes.
Let me go with that.
And then $500 for the Zelle. Uncle Coach Nata.
Okay.
Uncle Coach Nata.
All right. Mbarinke kendo Coach Pasamba.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. Somebody called my phone, so that kicked me out. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes.
Yeah. So what I was saying, just in a nutshell, this is a very, very important undertaking. So thank you, Fature, Sister Tukulor, and everybody involved in the Juka and everybody. Because you cannot have a fledgling democracy without an independent media, and especially investigative journalism.
Yeah.
And Mustafa has proven time and time again that he is not only independent, but he cannot be bought. He's a very principled guy who does a great job, whom I have great admiration for. He is just the quintessential journalist. And I just want to bring people's attention to something. The other investigative journalist in Gambia touted for a great deal was Tik Sanamane.
Yeah.
But you see, lack of resources sometimes can also challenge your principles. He ended up pretty much losing everything that he was known for when he allowed one of the people that he wrote about to sponsor his university education. And of course, they played him a very nasty game. And that really pretty much ruined everything that he had worked for.
Yeah.
So I think every Gambian who cares about Gambian democracy, you do not have to agree with what Mustafa writes or anything. But if you care about democracy, if you care about press freedom, we should make sure that people like Mustafa are fully funded, that the public takes ownership of this, fund it, so that they will continue to do the job that they do. The report that he wrote in the Republic on this Janneh Commission issue, we've been hearing about this Janneh Commission for a very long time. But he took the might of his pen to get the people to rise up, leading to a government to do something that they refused to do for a very, very long time. And we need that because the change that we fought for was not only for cosmetic change. And when I say cosmetic change, is this infrastructural development and all these things. We wanted more than that. We wanted a fledgling democracy. We wanted a democracy or a country where there will be accountability, one where there will be transparency, one where impunity will be a thing of the past. And we are still fighting to have that. So that's why this change that happened in 2016 is not complete. Because it cannot be complete until everything that we aspire for becomes a reality. And that cannot be without the presence of an independent, unbiased, principled media. We do not need the government to be paying media houses for coverage or whatever they want to do. Because when that happens, like there is a saying in Wolof, Nela kula abal bot, fuka nehngay hall. So if I am financing you in any way, I will compromise you because you will have to do what I want. Otherwise, you will not be in existence. So the Republic is an important medium for Gambia's democracy. Let's not look at it as something that is owned by Mustafa and his colleagues. Let's look at it as something that is owned by every single Gambian. So we should be fully invested in it by donating. I will send my donation. I'm not going to say how much, but I am thinking because I want it to be a recurring one where every month I would donate a certain amount of money to the Republic. And I'm not doing it because of Mustafa. I'm doing it in spite of Mustafa. I'm doing it for democracy. I'm doing it for the fight that we all fought for, so that maybe eventually we'll have a Gambia where we will not need to all be activists every single day of our lives and all that stuff, because we would have been ruled by people who through
Family, I'm not gonna call Uncle Coach. Thank you so much, Uncle Coach. Family, the farm call. Thank you so much. We appreciate Juka. Juka, my check la on. Juka Ananga. Family, Uncle Coach them na. Coach, are you here? Juka. Juka, you're able to check the my they say about Juka, Yamade.
Waa Fatou ñu ngi laa dégg sorry xam nga ñun rek waa TikTok dañ bari
waa TikTok Juga naka TikTok nag mu ngi ñëw maa ngi wax tukulóor because right now li ma bëgg dañ bëggoon a wrap up in the next around 10 or just a little after 10 waaye dama bëgg ñu meet that target dama nekk di push for Zelle xaw ma ndax mun nga ma soo ma munee xoolal Zelle bi nga inbox ma si ron because dafa am target bi ma xool and then also based on Talibeh Mali dafa wow. So dama foog ne dama need extra some right now around 25 in Wave ak Yonna then ak Zelle tam waaye dama bëgg a xam yow foo toll si Zelle bi send ma ko inbox that way I'll have to know target for today ndax meet nañ ko ndax des na suñ ko meetee rek tey moom dama def sa waruba fii target for the day but I think we are very close and I'm so proud of the Gambia. Guy jàmbaar lañ to be honest guy jàmbaar lañ you know guy jàmbaar lañ waaye di encourage nit ñi rek ñu gën ñoo seen the Yonna wallet is 260-4433 Yonna wallet 260-4433 and the Wave is 260-4433 the Zelle is 917-520-5249 numbers yi especially the Yonna and the Wave so la ñu mën a send an extra 10 lii rek dina baax léegi Juka yow soo ma sendee message si ron rek waaw yow login nga lii ma si ron Madi it seems like we're getting close to our target for today. You know, we have a target for what we want to do this month, at least, you know. But there was a target for today, and then we said we're going to do, we plan to do 4 series of this for the Republic. That way we can pull up something. But the target for today, we're getting very close. We want to encourage people to really come on and Anaki nakala tuda. Ana Mam Lisa at Mam Lisa wara hadi. Ba gay ne kun TikTok rek.
Gay ñu ngi TikTok de gay dik nañ la bu yàgg. Xam nga ñoom gay
ñoom dañ min TikTok man moom ni ngeen miine TikTok man mënuma dara si TikTok. Xanaa man Madi moom ñun fii lañ xam ñun TikTok moom Madi nag Twitter la xam Twitter ak fii waaw Twitter space.
I don't even have a TikTok account. I find it boring, so I don't even go there.
No, Madi TikTok is nice.
That's what everyone says. I
Oh
don't
my
see it.
God.
But
Twitter is nice. Twitter is
yeah,
nice. You can your long queen of Twitter, TikTok, okay?
no,
You
I
know.
cannot manage TikTok. I don't know.
TikTok is time consuming though. It takes all of your time. It's really,
Okay.
really
Well,
time consuming. Yes, yes. Madi, come maybe for correct. You know, we're getting Karamba and others also they're pushing. Karamba is pushing for people more baby more coca more the dumala so that we can just meet our target for today. So I think we just have somebody Fatu Wali just sent us about 3,490 from the United Kingdom. Thank you so much, Fatu. We really appreciate that. Yes, this is good. We're trying to get to that target. So thank you so much, Fatu Wali. Thank you. You know, thank you so much. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
How to call it? Binama TikTok some number be ma atla WhatsApp ma yone na link be.
Okay, the guy TikTok here, the guy TikTok here. So man, Juka wanyi sa lady fufu. Madi saying can last minute. I think what we're trying to do is just encourage.
Defin yim am wala mam li sa fana nga men number si. So man PayPal bi rek la amé link bi. Juka amé number si like pour defin wa yo mun nga ma yone legi ni message. So ko defé rek dinañ link su soobé yalla.
am lu ma bëgg a calculer Fatou. Yo continuer Hadi ma calculer bi quickly rek.
Wow. So ko defé
Okay, so you can fail sa sound before.
Anyone
You can one is a sound. Madi, Madi, you go ahead there whilst I just you and Madi.
Okay.
Juga dapat pare. Yang my inbox.
Okay.
Legi Fatou. Hadi. Hadi may mama communicate ak ñom Fatou. Fatou yang ma dégg. Okay, so legi mang la send screenshots right now.
Okay.
Ba pare ma jox la li ma fogg ne lolu la wara nekk. Waaye mun nga la ko calculator pour make sure ya.
Waaye yow calculator ma rek loo ma calculator temporarily den ma.
Dama la send screenshot bi léegi harama yeah, why diga yàlla guy donate nañ moom wax diga yàlla Gambians came through for sure.
They came through.
Yeah, they came through, and I think it is a great thing because Mula Wanela Askanbi are really interested in not just political discourse, but also the affairs of Dekabini Modeme in terms of corruptions or investigative journalism or everything. So it shows interest, and it's not like the normal people you talk Facebook you donate. You have people that hedna yegun tinun wala ñoo xamne dañ dey deglu dañ talk di setan all the time, and then today you ask them to donate, they donate. So nekkee Baromos Go or so nekkee ñun suñ platform yi wherever we are, these are the people that ñu dey ñëw every day ñoo talk setan, but today we ask them to give their money where their mouths are or where their heart is, and they actually did that. So we thank them all, and it shows ne Mustafa liggéey bu mu def ñëppam ko rafetlu, and we pray mun ko continue, and we pray ne mu inspire more investigative journalists for new def this liggéey. And I believe ne he has raised the status quo, the bar for a lot of journalism in the Gambia for sure. I've always said, let me just do this quickly. I've always said ne he's one of my favorites, and I've always said it. To Omar, to everybody, like I always said, because I'm going to platform, I'm going to platform, and all that stuff. And he's always done a wonderful job, Silumodef, and he's very measured, very calculated, and he does it with a lot of humility. And I think that's what a lot of people love about him. And we just pray he continues on that road and that journey and that path, and people are behind him. And Yuneka Philitamid is the same thing. Galatamid, Guy Galai. And I said it here.
Juka no kui lete Zelle. Hara marida alcohol. Sabu diba munge lete Zelle. The Zelle is 917-520-5444. 5249. 917-520-5249. That's the Zelle. Go ahead, Juka.
Yeah, and then let me just send this before my Fatu while I'm talking to you.
Okay.
This is what I'm saying, Fatu. I know when the situation happened with Gala, we put our phone numbers to help them during that time because it was tense and everything it was an emergency and it needed an emergency remedy, right? And we know what they ended up trying to do was to flip it where it looks like we shouldn't be involved in anything lo xamne mu ngi am ak defa ci ground bi. And we find that very dishonest because the government that's sitting there right now, we were the same people that actually galvanize people, right, and raise funds for change, right? And we did it in a democratic process. And these are democratic process, Yohamne. We are entitled to do it. So I say all of this to say, tomorrow, if Gala gets up and say, hey, we need funds so that we can be able to have salary for our committee or the central committee, which I believe they need to have, because this is one thing, Fatu, if I can just say this quickly, like we can't expect journalists and human rights defenders and people that are doing that are helping Gambians and to help. It is another arm of the government, if you ask me, to be able to make sure accountability is met in that country. We can't discourage those people and say, oh, okay, we want you to do your work, but then we can't support you for anything financially or anything. These are democratic processes. Every Gambian, every citizen is entitled to help anybody they want to help, as long as everything is in a democratic setting, right? And we're not involved in anything illegal. We're not involved in anything bad. So I am saying all of this to say, any day Gala gets up, if they have their houses in order, they have a credibility. People see time and time and again they mean business and they're doing everything that they're supposed to do within their democratic rights, right? If they got up and say, okay, we need funds, we'll be here to support them. And a lot of Gambians will be here to support them. And rightfully so, because the reason why I say this is because if you want journalists to be able to do the work, if you want activists to be able to do the work, especially those on the ground, because it's very different when you're on the ground, those people also need access to funding, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't juggle family life, you can't juggle your house life, you can't juggle a job and then expect and to be expected to deliver what you're supposed to deliver to the people, right?
Yep.
So that would be very unfair for us to ask of journalists, but then we don't support them at the same time. So man, that's what I wanted to say. Let me shut up and let me send you this list right now so that maybe you guys can get off. We'll be here still on TikTok, inshallah. We're not going to be closing anytime soon until we raise a lot more funds than we have. But we've raised a lot of funds though.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Juka. Madi, I think now we're wrapping up. What is your message? We'll be back again next week. Like I said, we're going to be doing 4 of this, but Juka, danga wani sa sound before food, danga mute sa sound before. Can somebody Tukulor, can you tell Juka to mute the TikTok people? Because we are hearing TikTok now from here. Juka, I'm gonna text
I will do that right.
Yeah, please, Afanya, yeah.
Hey, hello, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, I'm almost done with this.
Juka is,
I can hear you though.
Yeah. So, can you tell Juka to mute, please?
Tomorrow, and Juke, the party's right now.
Is today?
I'm gonna remove Juka. All right, so I just took Juka out. So guys, so Madi Tukulor and Madi, let's go ahead. And whilst Madi, go ahead. Whilst I do the calculations here, I'm just looking at some numbers here. Go ahead.
And Fatu, I mean, for me, my conclusion, it is needless to say you want to encourage Mustafa because Mustafa is a man with a mission, This is like a calling, you know, a person who has discovered his purpose, his mission, and determined to fulfill it. So I have no doubts he will continue with that. So if anything I got to say is that to recognize the importance of the work that Mustafa, the Republic, is doing and the media, including yourself, are doing. If we are going to salvage this country, we are going to ensure there is democracy and good governance in this country that will produce a sustainable development and shared prosperity. Like I said, told my fellow civil society community in 2017, is that the media and the civil society should be at the forefront. Ultimately, you know, to make or break the Gambia will depend on where the media particularly stands and what they do. And when I say this, I'm also echoing the words of Joseph Politzer, who more than 100 years ago exposed corruption in the U.S. government, led by then President Theodore Roosevelt. And they took him to court for sedition. And at the end of the case, which he won, he made a statement. And in that statement was where he said, "Our republic and its press will rise or fall together." And he went to describe the kind of press that will make the republic rise, that will make the republic, said, "an able, disinterested, public-spirited press with the trained intelligence to know the right and the courage to do it is what will preserve public virtue, without which popular government is a sham and a mockery." I think what Mustafa and our journalists, a lot of them are demonstrating, is that they want to do the right, and they are demonstrating the courage to do that. And so, which is also a requirement of the Constitution, because this job also is a constitutional duty. In Section 10207, the Constitution gave the media the responsibility to hold the government accountable on behalf of the people. So I want to say this to recognize the role of the media, so that what Mustafa is doing for all of us to recognize that to be a constitutional duty that he is performing, and the other arms of the state would also perform their constitutional duty, so that if we all do that, I don't think we would have seen this kind of situation in which we are. So that in the performance of this constitutional duty, the duty that we have as citizens, as civil society, is to stand by independent journalism, to stand by the Republic and Mustafa, and all the journalists country, to make sure we empower them, we protect them, and we promote them, morally, financially, by any means that is going to enable them to continue to perform this work which they are doing. And so far, the response that we've seen that has demonstrated since the publication of this report, I want to say it is as if the the sun has set for the Gambia. Yes, for the past 60 years since independence, we've been trying to build this republic. And, constantly, consistently, it has been a series of failures. Failures perpetrated by people elected and appointed into public office who deliberately, willfully violate the law, disregard the law, plunder public resources, fail to perform their functions, do not deliver as they should, abuse their powers, violate the rights of the citizens, and violate every rule in our laws. And this is why this country is characterized by poverty and deprivation and high cost of living and underdevelopment, and all these challenges that we are confronted with. It is not because of lack of knowledge or lack of resources or lack of opportunities, lack of tools, lack of, anything you can imagine. It is simply because of the lack of upholding the values and the standards that are set in law. And therefore, it is important that we have, the media, journalists like the Republic and Mustafa to expose how, when, where, and what violations and corruption and inefficiency is taking place in public office as a means to correct it.
Yeah.
So people should see this as a mechanism, as a tool to correct what is wrong with this country. So I want to say this, therefore, to call on citizens. Let us not, as Mustafa said, let us not leave the streets.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, let us not stop talking about this report. Let us not stop making calls, demands for transparency and accountability. Let us not stop calling for results and change. All right. There's absolutely no reason why we should be in the situation in which we are. The people who are governing today, they know the problem. They know where we were, where we came from. They had said where we need to go. And then we cannot get to this point and act as if there was no yesterday, there was no experience, So this is what I want to tell the people, that now the ball is in our court. I think the Republic and Mustafa have fulfilled their part of the game. They have fulfilled their role. Now it is left to citizens, as individuals, as communities, as groups, to see whether in our own interests we are going to carry this report forward. So we'll see, time will tell. But I mean, this is what I want to share with Gambians. So we thank Mustafa so much and the Republic, and I hope part of demonstration of what the people need to do is to continue to provide that financial and moral support. So I hope this we can meet the target today, but this thing has no target, because
This
this
has
war
no target.
is
This
an
is just
ongoing
for
war.
today.
Yeah, this is
this
an
is for
ongoing
today.
war.
It's an
Yes.
I just saw somebody, Ibrahim SB Balde said something. He said, I donated because someone not because someone asked, it's because I remember the painful past. Very interesting, because he doesn't want us to go back to where we were before, the painful past. And that's the work Republic is doing, to hold power to account. And that is why he donated. Thank you so much, Ibrahim. We appreciate. Thank you so much.
So Fadu, you will see that is a very significant statement, because that statement speaks to the heart of our transitional justice program, speaks to the heart of, its experience, our past and our history experience, but it is showing how the Republic is contributing to the attainment of the objectives of transitional justice with this report alone. Because one of the objectives of our transitional justice, which is founded on the mantra of never again, is memorialization. And memorialization, so that we don't forget.
I know.
We don't forget. In transitional justice, there is the right not to forget. There is the duty not to forget. And so when we have reports like this, it reminds us that this is not the first time this was happening. And for that alone, it is important we remember. So the right to remember, the duty to remember, is an integral concept in transitional justice. So this is all showing the immense contribution that the Republic is making to our transitional justice, therefore to the transformation of this country. So I really appreciate this, and so I would say the struggle continues. That folks continue to support, and and we hope many more stories will come, because Fatu, this country is sitting on, or this government is sitting on a mountain of injustice, of corruption, of abuse of office, of disregard of the law. I mean,
Yeah.
we are talking about the looted Jame assets. The ports, look at the ports, look at the COVID funds, look at the land issues, all right,
Yeah.
look at the Padiem sagas, the travels, the passports, diplomatic passports. I mean, so on and so forth. Security port issues. I mean, Banyu Road project. I mean, and government contracts upon contracts. So there's a whole mountain of injustice, of disregard of the law, violations of the law and the constitution on which this government is sitting. And all of those need to be exposed by the Republic and our journalists. Because that is the way we are going to correct this country and put it on the path of true republicanism and democracy and good governance. And that will give us the development and the shared prosperity that we all have a right to in this country. Yes.
Yeah.
I want to emphasize that point. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madi. Tukulo.
I will have to leave here, Fatu, if you don't mind.
Okay, no problem. Because already Madi is very late. Your end is very, very late. Thank you so much for everything. We appreciate.
Madi Baraka.
Thank you.
Madi Baraka. Katung ngalo no kwebe tamadlale ngalinko kie duntanang baraka. Bari Fatu reta fanamba fole baraka. Even though this is something me along ko lafta akela. Nkonte wonyi weekend ole ngalo kwete bukasino yarafa. Bari Fatu, this was a test. This was a test. Katu Gambian on Tolka fundraising to Minamia along Kuniaja Gambian or Korobon defense. Back. Nico Mosa Sata and Nico Politico.
Yeah.
But never in my wildest dream did I ever anticipate, envision, that Molbeside Buffalo, okay, this is an independent newspaper that we're raising. Because Minketa B, Haninto GDF Wato, there was only one day at $32,000 raise. And at that point, Molbe Brulanyoka, okay, time for Jamaica. But B to C, because I mean, Naminka B is more than $10,000.
No, I'm just calculating it.
Okay.
We're about,
okay, then we're going to TikTok.
We're about 5'8". 5'8".
Yeah.
We want to, the target was for me today for 5. And then we did a little above that. But Juka raised the target to 7K for today. So yeah, and Juka did so what?
Yes.
So I could be 7. So my target was 5. And we did a little above $5,000. So that is amazing, So that was the target. Now, no, I didn't Sobe. Okay. Yes. So, but mamin calculate along TikTok, maybe malo money to so malo. But the Dalasi from the wave, we raised about 125. Yonna about 225,000, and then from and the cash that I have 27. Neobe ad is about 185, which is about $2,600. Then from Jukala Wave, we have about 2,600. I think now about 2,800, and then 600 Mimbente, which is about 34. So New Bay ad is about 5,800, around that. So I see some little Zelles coming in Juka. So Nimparet and Babejo, but we are close to 6,000 now. We are between $5,000 to $6,000. So our target for Juka for today is Juka 5 number Juka Konga to raise to 7. So we are about 6. So we need to push. We need to push to get the 7 by next week. At least we got 15. At least So let's push. So thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Nata mimpola doron wala mo ko Gambian oru be attending naloko because like I said political niaga po ila political party that means ko political ambition yo wala soto but be Gambian o site ko tonya jatele la kuro dundi nyinto so that Mustafa ning the republic be do ko min na continue so nimingo min tatante la woloto I have pinned the fundraising flyer min Kerfatu Yadada and until we come back because laftale mingo ming imano be in a week or so because mol symbol mankanya modol be a jol batukan bari alta ali adundi nali adundi alse fature inbox ali afay ko ngak donation okay nyindula karle because B is not the end of this fundraising so njol be bitala TikTok le silang pour nga continuer je mingo mimbe jang jukas clean beauty jukabe wolto TikTok nimpareta jambita ala ngake na wolo to sign so dal so mini alon ko bijang alingata TikTok nga continue alinye fundraising flyer samba la molia in their inbox katunte nga inbox mo alhamdulillah wol ben ala donation okay mo jamal man tala social media so ali flyer ta alia inbox molia so that is a donation of continue Mustafa imo multimi alon ko iboka song moy nyinke so mbe yamar lamba fula baraka katu niaje bintol be lafta jinke ibe do ko mina wole en tol be kono fa tep kota baraka ye gambe dingol tuje mi yalon ko wo mi la nyantoti yake katu mari ap ko jannen tol manyinke Mustafa nga kem fangole bare Mustafa ni taman sonnung dendum gambe nol tanyinke la so al be en sa fale baraka al tol mini ye donation ko bi ñing ko do bora dame ali abondal la nafilo to ala o mari ala sa kemening fensenda leminke may Allah make reward you tenfold for everything you did. Fata baraka.
Thank you so much, Tukulor. Before I give to Mam Lisa, I want to say we received something from Ibrahim Assisi in Sweden. Ibrahim, thank you through money transfer. Fanea Kimba, Tentulamba Jaila, and of course from Wave, Sirifo Sao from the UK, thank you, and Alasan N from the Gambia. Baraka Bake, thank you, Alasan. We appreciate your contribution. Mam Lisa, Balanyo, them Fanga Bugatidi. I'm not in mom, and TikTok. Did anybody watch
ñun ñu si TikTok bi ñun TikTok lañ mu ne waaye Fatou fi ma tëjee rek di wax Gambien si jërëjëf lii moom gis nañ ne appreciate nañ dëgga liggéey bi rafet bi nga xam ne Moustapha ak teamam bi ñu ngi koo def parce que within just few hours ñu mun a raise this much money dafa firndir ne kii li muy def nit ñi wax ko waxuñ ko yëpp am na ñoo xam ne dugal ni seen xol bi te ñu ngi ko appreciate te lii mooy li war lii mooy mbooloo ñu ne mbooloo mooy doole te li muy def dafa nekk loo xam ne ëllëg si biir ñun ñëpp lay njëriñ du benn nit kese te liggéey bi dafa métti li muy def te dafa nit xaalis bi daf nekk ne daf koy dugal si poosam am na ñoo xam ne ñu ngi ci ginnaawam ñoo xam ne tamit dañoo am seen kër fu njaar mu am di leen jox dala lu ñuy lifine ba pare moom tamit li muy mun a génnee équipement yim soxla su amee pour déplacer from place to place yooyu yëpp it costs money but for the longest time he's been doing it on his own te bu tuuti kenn dugg ci so waaye ñu ngi wax Gambian si yéen mi donate yëpp jërë leen jëf yal na leen yàlla fay lii moom liggéey dëkk la and the struggle continues and we want to know bring out the list the full list though all right
thank you so much
thank you Fatou yow tamit di la wax jërëjëf ma ne ko jërëjëf yow tamit
Amulen Morom, thank you so much, Amulen Morom, thank you. We will continue to work the numbers underneath. Ñun Juga fan nga tëjee balaa ñoo dem. Fan nga tëjee.
Tëj nañ si ñaari yëpp sax. Because dama just ma jëkkër moom a call dañ am event and I forgot it's today.
I thought it was tomorrow.
Well, I thought it was tomorrow, but it's today. Okay, so well, Elek, inshallah, Elek is a holiday.
Yeah.
So we'll be back on TikTok, inshallah. To people. Few hours in for definitely we raised a lot and you guys raised a lot. Why you want to donate? Why especially you want to why especially you want to because kunyaka inyanga so la neexon nga ne mom mun na ko fikaratal bopam da nga am platform way nga xëccako mu ñew be sa platform nga jappalé ko ngeen jappalé wonté lolu moy Gambia so thank you so much and then ko bi sa bop ñun tam ñu mëna ñew bokasi def li nga xamné lolu mo ñu war ci réew mi parce que réew mi ñun ñëpp ñoko bokka su kenn démé ñëpay dem so ñu wax la jërëjëf ci lolu non thank you so much légui man ma ngi ndax
yow demal go and have fun
paagee si yéen laay ñëw su ma paagee
bala la paag yow demal bàyyi la bi bul seet numbers bul xool dara bàyyi ñun tukuloo ñu ne si ron yow demal tey nga enjoy then ëllëg we'll catch up tomorrow.
Bye, love you guys.
Thank you so much, Juga. We appreciate. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mustafa. Wato bandale ibem na follow badi wale mimbi jubirola. It's been amazing the support that this stuff like this just encourages more. But ibem na follow more before I'm running back next week.
Yeah, I mean, just to say that it's very encouraging to show kind of public support, but also the willingness to participate in governance, the public interest that have. This is a testimony that people do reject corruption. that people do want their resources to be spent on things that are beneficial to them, and that people are interested in good governance. They are. And, kind of people who are donating, a large number of them could have, there are a million and one things they could spend this money on,
Yeah.
but they thought, no, this is the best of today to spend this money on. It's a huge thing to do. It's a big decision. Some of all of them have made. We don't know how to live up to this.
Yeah.
We don't know how to live up to this.
So what could direct? But you have been doing this without any of the support from all of us.
But I mean,
yeah. Yeah, you have been doing
hopefully,
amazing job. Yeah. Inshallah. Thank you so much, Mustafa. And to your team, Talib has been crunching the numbers with us underneath, and Mariam and the rest of the team who are doing an amazing job. We want to thank you. And to the team that came on from Madi Jobate to Demba Balde, to my uncle MB Krubali, to Coach Pasamba Jau, to Kulor, obviously, and her team, Juka Sise, Mam Lisa, Hadijatu, and the entire team, and everybody, to the people that were donating from Karamba tourists to the Patas, the Binners, everybody that donated, all the people, I cannot name them, but I know there were people that were mobilizing people for us, Uncle MB, Uncle Usman, Uncle Pata, Karamba, and all of these people, Demba Balde, I don't know, Nene Frida Gomez, all of these people. Thank you so much to everyone. I cannot name all of you, but thank you. From those in the Gambia that contributed $50, I am amazed by the support we got. The wave alone, we have gotten over $2,000 in Gambia alone. In Gambia. That is amazing.
Yeah.
That shows a lot. That shows the Gambian people.
Something, I mean, it's, yeah.
Gambia, yala Mustafa, tubabu dun kol dali tale kan tol fond. Itolle ka maran tolla kul be ka kul ke. Bari bi ka Gambian ol je fo ke la dal so bon nga moje dal si sabay wol ke je. Nga dol je $50, $25, $9. That is encouraging. That only shows ko Gambian ol ye dadum banko la kul tal. And and also Sheriff Abba, thank you. I said I saw, Sheriff Abba, thank you. Yeah. Yeah.
And you know that the fact that Gambians are interested in this has been ongoing for some time. Since we started the public donation on our website, you have some Gambians who have 300, 500, something lower than that. Some of these guys I know, some teachers, some are, I mean, it's so, but this amount of interest is probably
it's overwhelming.
now doing it at a
it's overwhelming.
This amount
in
of
3
interest
hours,
has never been there.
It has never been there. In 3 hours, we have raised close to $6,000. They speak to, But Mustafa, when you do quality work, domoro, ikodialon tabiro, is it tabiro ke no lealandi, mobe na mol konko nyawnya iba just la leta. But in domoro mota na tabira kuka beteata, mumole a consume ikalafile ke so mahana trebe contribution o keleje kalafile kake. And this is what it shows. Quality work sells itself. And that is what is selling the brand Republic today. And I think we want to encourage you to continue doing that. And those that are watching, we want you to continue. Send the link to your family and friends. Send the link to your people. Let's have more people. The target is today was to get 7,000. We are close to that. We got about 6,000, close to 6. So we want extra $1,000 on the Wave or the Yonna wallet or the Zelle or even money transfer. You can send it on the Talib web, Talib Gibran's name. If you are watching on, we have over almost 300 people also watching on YouTube. They are also pledging. Send it to the Wave or the link is also there. I think Talib just sent me, somebody just sent something. Ramatulai K from the Gambia just sent us about $3,800. This is what I'm talking about. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Continue sending the Wave, continue sending the Yonna wallet, continue sending the Zelle. That way, before tomorrow morning, we will update you as actually how much we got. So we'll wait until tomorrow and we will give you the update because this is a transparent thing. We're doing it for everybody and all of you contributed. So we'll tell you how much we got and what is the target for next week. Thank you so much, everyone. Continue donating 260-4433, 260-4433 on Yonna wallet, 260-4433 on Wave. You can or 260-4433 on APS wallet, and of course 917-520-5249 on Zelle. Thank you so much, Mustafa. Good night to you, and I will see you. We'll talk later. And thank you, Talib. Thank you for crunching the numbers behind the scene, and thank you so much to the team, to Corona team, Ngalbet and to Ngalday. Thank you so much. All right, Mustafa.
Bye bye, everyone.
All right. Bye, everyone. Thank you so
You.
much.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye.